Imagine waking up one day and realizing that most of what you think, how you react, even what you believe to be your own free choices, might not actually be yours. That's not paranoia, that's programming. And it didn't start with social media or marketing. It started with the military. Because before any corporation figured out how to sell you on a brand, the military figured out how to sell human beings on obedience, how to turn raw instinct into loyalty, fear into focus, chaos into control. The scary part, the same mental blueprints designed for warfare have quietly made their way into your everyday life. The way you sit in classrooms, the way you consume news, the way you scroll endlessly on your phone. It's all a mirror image of the oldest form of psychological conditioning: military-grade mind control. Before we continue, a quick note. Many of you watch our videos but haven't subscribed yet, so please subscribe to our channel Restwise and join our growing community. We'd also love to know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. It's amazing to see how connected we all are. If you enjoy relaxing with philosophy, psychology, and science while drifting into sleep, give this video a like and stay with us on the journey. Now, let's get back to the video. Now, when people hear that phrase, military mind control, they picture secret labs and hypnosis experiments. But that's not where the real manipulation happens. The real control is psychological, not chemical. It happens in the way the mind learns to obey under stress. The first step is called controlled stress exposure. Soldiers are pushed to the brink, physically, emotionally, mentally, until their nervous systems are rewired to respond, not react. The brain learns that survival means submission to command. And here's the twist: that same pattern is now in civilian life. Constant notifications, urgent news, deadlines. The world keeps you in a low-grade state of fight or flight, just controlled enough to make you compliant, but never calm enough to question why. It's genius, and it's terrifying. Let me give you an example. During basic training, one of the most effective tactics used isn't violence. It's unpredictability. Sleep deprivation mixed with random drills, changing rules, inconsistent rewards. That keeps recruits off balance. When the brain can't predict what comes next, it gives up control and clings to authority for stability. Now think about your daily life. Ever notice how the internet does the same thing? Algorithms feed you unpredictable bursts of pleasure. Likes, comments, shocking headlines. Just enough dopamine to keep you scrolling, never enough to feel satisfied. You've been trained, without realizing it, to seek comfort in the very system that's keeping you anxious. And that's straight out of the military playbook. There's another tactic called identity restructuring. In the military, the first thing they do is strip you of individuality. Same haircut, same clothes, same tone of voice. You become part of a collective. Because when personal identity dissolves, command becomes easy. Now, notice how modern culture pushes this same thing. Everyone chasing the same aesthetics, saying the same trendy phrases, thinking the same acceptable thoughts. You think it's freedom of expression, but it's mass synchronization. When individuality is replaced by group validation, mind control becomes self-maintaining. You police yourself. Here's where it gets darker. There's a concept in psychological warfare called learned helplessness. It was discovered during experiments where animals were exposed to unavoidable shocks. Eventually, they stopped trying to escape, even when escape became possible. The same mechanism is used to break enemy morale or build citizen compliance. When you flood a population with fear, crisis and hopelessness, financial instability, constant conflict, collapsing trust. The average person stops trying to fight. They surrender mentally. And once that happens, they don't need to be forced into obedience. They willingly accept it, and that's what society looks like today. Overstimulated, overworked, overexposed, and quietly broken down by design. Now, here's what's wild. The military doesn't call this mind control. They call it conditioning for efficiency. They say it's about maximizing performance under chaos. But the same psychological architecture used to create soldiers is now embedded in how you're trained to be a consumer, a worker, a citizen. You're taught discipline, obedience, and fear of being wrong, without realizing where that came from. And the more you try to fit in, the more control you hand over. Think about how the military uses repetition to shape reflex. Drills repeated until thinking becomes unnecessary. The soldier doesn't decide. He reacts automatically. Now look at how repetition drives your behavior. Repeated slogans, repeated headlines, repeated narratives until your brain can't tell whether it's truth or just familiarity. There's a reason propaganda doesn't argue. It repeats, because repetition bypasses logic and installs belief. And this is not just theory. Neurologically, repetition strengthens neural pathways, turning temporary thoughts into hardwired responses. Once a pattern is established, it runs unconsciously. That's why people defend ideas they never actually examined. Their brain equates familiarity with safety. It's the same instinct that keeps soldiers calm under fire and civilians obedient under illusion. Here's something most people never realize in the military. There's a tactic called controlled opposition. It's where dissent is managed rather than eliminated. You're allowed to question within boundaries, just not beyond them. That way, people feel rebellious while still staying inside the system. Sound familiar? Online outrage, cancel culture, endless debates that change nothing. It's all controlled opposition, the illusion of freedom that keeps true rebellion off the table. So, what does real freedom look like then? It's not chaos, it's awareness. Because once you recognize the patterns, you can't be played by them. The same way soldiers eventually learn to use stress as focus, you can learn to use awareness as armor. The mind is programmable, yes, but it's also reprogrammable. If you want to break free, start by paying attention to what triggers your automatic responses. Notice what makes you afraid, angry, defensive. Those are the levers being pulled. Ask yourself who benefits when you feel those emotions. Because behind every narrative, every trend, every social pressure, there's always someone who profits from your reaction. The military figured that out decades ago, that controlling emotion is more powerful than controlling thought. If you can guide how people feel, you can predict how they act. And that's the final layer of mind control most people never escape. Emotional manipulation disguised as normal life. Once you see that, it's impossible to unsee it. You start noticing the patterns everywhere. In advertising, in politics, in education. You start realizing that your mind was never the target. Your emotions were, because the brain follows the heart. And the heart follows whatever keeps it feeling safe. That's why the system doesn't need to chain you. It only needs to comfort you enough to keep you still. And the moment you stop being comfortable with your own conditioning, that's when you finally start waking up. Sensory deprivation and overload techniques. And ever wonder why the world feels louder, faster, and more chaotic than ever? Yet somehow, beneath all that noise, you feel disconnected, numb, and strangely hollow. That isn't an accident. That's sensory manipulation, the quiet twin of mind control. The military mastered it long before it reached your everyday life. It's the art of using too much or too little stimulation to shape how you think, feel, and obey. See, most people believe control comes from words or weapons, but the real battlefield is sensory. Every sight, sound, and signal entering your nervous system is data your brain uses to decide what's real, what's safe, and what to trust. If someone can hijack that flow, either by flooding it or starving it, they don't just influence your thoughts, they rewrite your reality. Let's start with deprivation. In military training and interrogation, sensory deprivation is one of the most effective ways to break psychological resistance. You take away light, sound, touch, routine, and the mind starts eating itself. After just a few hours in a soundless room, the brain begins hallucinating to fill the void. It starts creating sensations that aren't there because it can't handle the absence of input. That's the key. When you cut off sensory feedback, you create dependency. The subject starts craving direction, craving any form of external stimulation to make sense of the silence. That's when they become suggestible. Now, compare that to modern life. Think of how your world feels when you lose internet connection for just 10 minutes. That restless itch. That strange panic. You're not addicted to your phone. You're addicted to stimulation because constant noise has become your baseline for safety. Without it, your brain panics the same way a soldier might panic in a sensory void. The deprivation of stimulation triggers submission to whatever brings relief. The military learned this decades ago. Silence, isolation, and darkness don't just weaken the body, they break the ego. They dissolve the line between inner and outer world until you can't tell if the fear you feel is yours or something that's being planted there. Once that confusion takes root, a new identity can be programmed in. And then there's the flip side. Overload, the hammer to deprivation's scalpel. Instead of silence, you're buried under chaos. In combat training, recruits are blasted with light sirens, overlapping commands, and unpredictable shocks to force the brain into overdrive. The result: sensory collapse. The nervous system short circuits, logic disappears, and the survival brain takes over. The soldier stops thinking critically and starts reacting instinctively. Perfect obedience under stress. Now think about your daily world again. Constant pings, flashing ads, non-stop videos, overlapping notifications. You live in a digital battlefield designed to fry your sensory threshold. And the same thing happens. You get overwhelmed. Your attention fractures. You stop analyzing information and just react. Swipe, click, buy, believe. Overload is obedience through exhaustion. When the mind is too tired to filter truth from noise, it accepts whatever feels easiest. Here's what's sinister: both deprivation and overload serve the same goal: to bypass conscious resistance. When you're overstimulated, you give up control to escape chaos. When you're deprived, you give up control to escape emptiness. Either way, someone else ends up holding the steering wheel. Psychologists call this the pendulum effect of control. Push the senses too far one way, the subject swings to the other extreme, seeking balance. And whoever offers that balance, whether it's a commanding officer, a political figure, or an algorithm, becomes the new source of safety. That's how conditioning works. The environment breaks you down, then the authority rebuilds you in its image. There's an experiment from the mid-20th century that revealed just how fragile human perception is under sensory distortion. Volunteers were paid to lie in isolation tanks, eyes covered, hands gloved, minimal sound. Within hours, they started losing track of time. Some began seeing flashes of light, hearing voices, or believing their own thoughts were being spoken aloud. The scientists concluded something chilling. Without external reference points, the human brain can't maintain a stable sense of self. Now imagine a society engineered to constantly remove your reference points. Truth buried in misinformation, calm buried in chaos. You end up drifting, desperate for certainty, and willing to accept it from anyone confident enough to provide it. That's not a conspiracy. That's basic neuropsychology. Sensory overload and deprivation manipulate the same neural pathways that shape belief memory and emotional regulation. When those systems are disrupted, suggestion slips in like a whisper in the dark. That's why people under extreme stress or constant distraction are easier to influence. Their sensory filters are already fried. And this isn't just military strategy anymore. Corporations use it, news cycles use it, entertainment uses it. Think of how modern media swings you between extremes: shock, outrage, silence, guilt, relief. It's the same pendulum pattern designed to keep you reactive, never reflective. One moment you're drowning in headlines, the next you're numbing out with binge content. Overload, then deprivation. Break, then rebuild. Every scroll, every notification, every silence between stimuli is part of a rhythm designed to hold your attention hostage. The solution isn't to run away or isolate yourself. That only swings you to the other extreme. The key is awareness. Start noticing how your body reacts to sensory shifts, the tension in your chest when a feed scrolls too fast, the emptiness when everything goes quiet. Those are clues that your nervous system is being manipulated. The moment you see it, you start breaking the loop. True freedom begins when you control your own input. When you choose silence before it's forced. When you choose stillness before exhaustion demands it. When you realize that balance isn't something given to you. It's something you take back. The military built these techniques to control the chaos of war. Society adopted them to control the chaos of thought. And now, the battle isn't fought with weapons or walls. It's fought with senses. Every sight, sound, and silence either wakes you up or wears you down. And once you learn to tell the difference, that's when you stop being programmed and start being awake. Sleep deprivation as a psychological weapon. You know that foggy, half-awake feeling after pulling an all-nighter. When your thoughts slip, your patience vanishes, and everything feels just a little unreal. Now imagine living in that state for days. No breaks, no silence, no real sleep. That's not just exhaustion. That's psychological warfare. And the military has known for decades that depriving someone of sleep doesn't just weaken them physically. It rewires their mind. Sleep deprivation is one of the oldest and most effective tools of control ever discovered. Because when the brain is denied rest, it stops protecting you. Logic shuts down. Memory fragments. Emotional regulation collapses. And beneath the surface, something darker happens. Your sense of self begins to erode. That's the moment when suggestion slips in. In military interrogations, sleep deprivation isn't about torture in the cinematic sense. It's far more strategic. It's about confusion. Strip away sleep, and you strip away the boundary between reality and imagination. After 24 hours, the brain starts misfiring. After 48, it begins hallucinating. By 72 hours, subjects often can't distinguish their own thoughts from commands being fed to them. That's not coincidence. That's design. Because when the mind is desperate for rest, it becomes desperate for direction. And whoever provides that direction gains control. Now look at civilian life. You're probably not tied to a chair or locked in a bright room, but the method is the same. The system keeps you awake. By stress, by screens, by never-ending noise. You're told to grind harder, sleep less, stay connected, stay updated. Every hour you give up in rest is an hour you give up in resistance. Because a tired mind doesn't fight back, it complies. Here's the science behind it. During deep sleep, your brain performs something like emotional housekeeping. It rebalances chemicals like serotonin and dopamine, clears out toxic waste through the glymphatic system, and rewrites short-term experiences into long-term understanding. When you cut that process short, your amygdala, the emotional panic center, goes into overdrive while your prefrontal cortex, the logical decision maker, slows down. That imbalance is gold for manipulation. A sleep-deprived person feels more fear, more frustration, more guilt, and has less ability to think critically about any of it. That's why interrogators use exhaustion before questions. Not because they need information, because they need compliance. Once the subject's brain can't distinguish between real threats and imagined ones, they'll agree to anything for relief. It's not about truth. It's about surrender. Now think about the average worker, running on caffeine, pushing through deadlines, scrolling through glowing screens until the early hours, waking up to alarms that jolt the nervous system before the body's ready. This isn't coincidence. It's cultural conditioning disguised as ambition. A sleep-deprived population is easier to market to, easier to divide, easier to control. Because when you're tired, you crave shortcuts. Quick fixes, easy validation. You stop questioning and you start reacting. You click faster, spend faster, believe faster. The mechanism that once served to extract confessions now drives entire economies. It's not a conspiracy. It's an efficiency model. If exhaustion keeps people compliant, then sleep becomes rebellion. Let's go deeper. There's a neurological phenomenon called micro-sleep. These are split-second blackouts that happen when the brain is pushed past its limit. You might think you're awake, but for milliseconds at a time, your consciousness flickers off. It's the body's emergency backup, a desperate grasp for rest. But those flickers come with a price. Every time your awareness blinks, your perception of time and continuity fractures. That's why prolonged sleep loss feels dreamlike, even surreal. The world stops feeling solid. Reality starts to bend, and in that altered state, your mind is at its most vulnerable. In military operations, that state is exploited intentionally. Exhausted soldiers are more suggestible, more obedient, more unified in group identity. It's a paradox. Exhaustion isolates the individual but strengthens the collective. The mind stops asking, why, and focuses only on survival. What do I need to do next? That's the switch from free will to conditioned response. Modern life mirrors this perfectly. The endless grind culture, where bragging about 4 hours of sleep is considered strength, isn't strength at all. It's conditioning. The same principle used to break prisoners of war is now marketed as hustle. But the outcome's the same: burnout, confusion, emotional volatility, and blind loyalty to the system that caused it. The scary truth is that you don't need to be locked in a cell to be sleep-deprived into compliance. All you need is a world that never lets you switch off. Artificial light resets your circadian rhythm. Notifications trigger dopamine spikes that delay melatonin release. Constant access to stimulation convinces your brain it's never safe to rest. You end up living in a permanent low-level interrogation, bright lights, noise, anxiety, and no true downtime. And once your nervous system normalizes that chaos, rest starts to feel wrong. Have you ever tried to lie down in silence and felt uncomfortable? Like you couldn't relax without background noise? That's the nervous system rejecting stillness. The same reaction studied in soldiers deprived of sleep for extended periods. It's the mark of conditioning. You've been taught that being still is unsafe. But here's the thing: awareness breaks the loop. The same way military programs use sleep deprivation to erase identity, you can use rest to rebuild it. True rest, not just physical sleep, but mental stillness, is how the brain repairs its sense of autonomy. It's how you regain the ability to choose what to think and what to believe. Without it, your thoughts aren't really yours. They're echoes of a system that profits from your exhaustion. So if you want to rebel in a world addicted to control, start by reclaiming your sleep. Guard it like a secret weapon, because that's exactly what it is. A well-rested mind is unpredictable. It's resistant to manipulation. It can see patterns, spot deception, and choose clarity over chaos. That's why sleep deprivation is used to control, and why sleep itself is liberation. The war for your mind doesn't always look like conflict. Sometimes it looks like productivity. Sometimes it sounds like hustle. Sometimes it feels like insomnia disguised as purpose. But beneath it all, it's the same strategy: keep them tired, keep them compliant. And the moment you start prioritizing your rest, not as luxury, but as power, that's when control starts to crumble. Because you can't be programmed when you're awake in the truest sense. Hypnosis and trance-state manipulation. There's something almost mystical about the word hypnosis. People imagine a swinging watch, a slow voice, someone clucking like a chicken on command. But that's a distraction. The real version, the one the military and behavioral scientists have studied for decades, is far more subtle and far more powerful. Hypnosis isn't about control through magic. It's about guiding a human mind into a state where resistance turns into receptivity. And here's the unsettling truth: you've been hypnotized more times than you realize. Let's start with what hypnosis really is. It's not sleep, it's focus, a narrowing of awareness so intense that external distractions fade away. In that state, the brain becomes hyper-suggestible. The conscious mind, the part that questions, doubts, analyzes, quiets down while the subconscious opens up. That's the door every manipulator wants to step through. And the military learned early on how to pick that lock. During the Cold War, both sides experimented with trance induction techniques, not the dramatic kind you see in movies, but psychological conditioning through repetition, rhythm, and fatigue. Combine a tired mind, a steady tone, and a sense of authority, and the brain naturally drifts into a trance. It's not sorcery, it's neurology. The same brainwaves that appear during meditation or prayer, slow, synchronized theta waves, also show up in hypnotic states. And those states make people more likely to believe suggestions that fit their emotions, even if they contradict logic. That's where control begins. Now think about how this shows up in your everyday life. That moment when you're scrolling endlessly, half-conscious, absorbing words and images without really processing them. That's trance. The glow of the screen, the rhythm of motion, the loop of sound. It all pulls you into a mild hypnotic state. You think you're relaxed, but your subconscious is wide open. Every ad, every phrase, every headline slips straight past critical thought and starts shaping what you desire, what you fear, what you believe. That's the modern version of trance manipulation, not a stage act, but an algorithmic ritual. Constant rhythm, emotional triggers, repetition. That's why slogans work. That's why propaganda sticks. The human brain loves patterns, and once it syncs with one, it stops resisting it. In the military, trance induction is used not just for interrogation, but for training. Repetition, rhythmic marching, synchronized chanting, they aren't just discipline tools. They create a shared hypnotic rhythm. Individual thought dissolves. Group identity takes over. The more synchronized the rhythm, the deeper the collective trance. That's how loyalty is built, not through logic, but through emotional entrainment. And it's not limited to soldiers. Look at massive social movements, concerts, rallies, even certain religious ceremonies. The same ingredients appear every time: rhythm, repetition, authority, and emotional release. Those elements open the subconscious door. Once it's open, ideas flow in without friction. That's why hypnosis isn't always about putting someone under. It's about keeping them there. Now, here's the psychology behind it. The human brain has what's called the critical faculty, a mental gatekeeper between conscious and subconscious. It filters out suggestions that don't align with what you already believe. But hypnosis quiets that gatekeeper. It doesn't erase it. It just distracts it long enough for new beliefs to sneak in. And that's exactly how manipulation works in modern culture. Keep people distracted, entertained, emotionally charged, and you don't need to force them to believe anything. They'll absorb it willingly. You see it in advertising all the time. The soothing voice, the repeated catchphrase, the carefully chosen background music. All of it designed to bypass logic and tap straight into feeling. Once emotion takes the wheel, belief follows. The same neurological mechanism that helps a soldier push past fear in combat now helps a consumer push past doubt and buy what they're told they need. What's more fascinating and terrifying is how easy it is to create self-hypnosis without even realizing it. Anytime you repeat the same narrative in your head, "I'm not good enough, I'll never succeed, the world is against me," you're reinforcing a trance state. Your own voice becomes the hypnotist. And the more emotional charge those thoughts carry, the deeper they sink. That's why breaking mental conditioning feels like waking from a dream. Because it literally is. There's a phenomenon known as the fractionation effect, used in both hypnosis and psychological operations. It works by alternating between tension and release, confusion and clarity, chaos and calm. Each time the subject moves through that emotional cycle, they drop deeper into suggestibility. Now look at the world around you. Crisis, outrage, distraction, then relief. Over and over. News cycles, entertainment cycles, social media outrage. All using fractionation at scale. You're pulled into emotional highs and lows until your mind starts begging for someone to just tell you what's true. And that's when the suggestion lands. The scary part is that hypnosis doesn't require consent. It just requires attention. If someone has your focus long enough, they have access to your subconscious. That's why attention is the most valuable currency on earth. Whoever controls it controls reality. But here's the good news. The same way hypnosis can be used to control, it can also be used to heal and awaken. Because the trance state isn't inherently bad. It's neutral. It's a natural function of the human brain. The difference lies in who's speaking while you're in it. When you deliberately guide yourself into a calm, focused state, through breathing, meditation, or deliberate stillness, you reclaim the hypnotic process. You become your own programmer instead of someone else's puppet. The military discovered long ago that trance could make a person fearless. Corporations discovered it could make a person loyal. You can use it to make yourself free. But only if you learn to notice when you're being lulled into that half-dream. Start paying attention to your rhythms. Notice what you watch before bed, what voices you hear first in the morning, what patterns you let repeat without question. Every repetition is a seed. Every seed becomes belief. And once belief takes root, behavior follows. That's why hypnosis is still one of the most powerful psychological tools ever created. It's invisible, it's efficient, and it works best when you don't think it's happening. The trick isn't avoiding trance. It's learning who's guiding it. Because the moment you realize you're in one, the spell breaks. And for the first time, you start thinking with your own mind again. Fear conditioning and learned helplessness. It always starts with a jolt, a sudden noise, a punishment, a threat, a flash of fear that hits your nervous system before your mind can even process it. That's where fear conditioning begins, not in logic, but in instinct. It's the science of teaching the human brain to obey through pain, uncertainty, and repetition. The military didn't invent it, but they perfected it, and now those same tactics are everywhere. In politics, media, even culture. Shaping how entire societies think and act without ever realizing they've been trained. Fear conditioning works because your brain is built for survival, not truth. It doesn't ask, is this real? It asks, am I safe? When something triggers fear, your amygdala, the brain's alarm system, hijacks everything. It floods your body with adrenaline and cortisol, shutting down higher reasoning. That chemical flood burns the experience into memory, so the next time you even sense that same fear, your body reacts before your mind can respond. It's automatic. That's the whole point. Once fear is linked to a stimulus, obedience becomes instinct. In military training, this process is deliberate. Recruits are exposed to intense stress, sudden explosions, shouted commands, unpredictable punishment. Their nervous systems are conditioned to associate hesitation with danger and obedience with safety. It's not about cruelty. It's about control. When the brain learns that disobedience equals pain, it stops questioning orders altogether. That's classical conditioning in its most primal form. Pavlov's dog, but applied to human willpower. Now think about the way fear is used in civilian life. Every breaking headline, every crisis alert, every social division is a signal designed to trigger the same ancient reflex. Fear of missing out, fear of failure, fear of rejection, fear of being wrong. The modern world doesn't need physical punishment to control behavior. It just needs to activate the emotional memory of fear. When you're scared, you comply. You post what's safe to post. You buy what promises protection. You believe what makes the fear stop. And that's where learned helplessness enters the picture. The second stage of control. It's one of the most disturbing findings in psychology, discovered through an experiment that should never have existed. Researchers placed dogs in cages with electric floors. Some could escape by jumping a small barrier. Others couldn't. Eventually, when all barriers were removed, the dogs who'd been unable to escape earlier didn't even try. They had learned that nothing they did mattered. They had learned helplessness. The same principle applies to people. When you face repeated stress or failure, when you keep trying to change things and nothing works, your brain rewires itself to stop trying. That's not weakness, it's adaptation. Your nervous system decides that saving energy is safer than fighting a losing battle. But that decision comes with a cost. You stop believing in your own power. The military uses this dynamic strategically. First, create fear. Then, create unpredictability. Once the subject feels like nothing they do can stop the discomfort, they surrender. The body goes limp. The mind gives up. And at that point, resistance doesn't need to be crushed. It disappears on its own. That's how prisoners are broken. But it's also how societies are pacified. Look around. How many people have stopped trying to change their lives because they believe the system is rigged, the world is hopeless, or their voice doesn't matter? That's learned helplessness at scale. Flood the population with bad news, constant conflict, rising costs, collapsing trust, until apathy feels like self-preservation. When people stop believing effort changes anything, control becomes effortless. Here's the trick: fear conditioning and learned helplessness don't just suppress rebellion, they create loyalty. Because once people stop fighting the source of their fear, they start identifying with it. Stockholm Syndrome in slow motion. The frightened mind starts believing that obedience equals safety, that dependence equals security. It's why citizens defend the very systems that exploit them. Why workers protect the companies that burn them out. Why people defend leaders who keep them afraid. Fear doesn't just silence resistance. It rewrites allegiance, and the brain reinforces it. Every time you comply to avoid fear, your mind gets a small chemical reward. Relief. That relief becomes addictive. You start seeking it, not realizing you're deepening the loop. Fear, compliance, relief, repeat. That's the invisible rhythm of control. It feels like comfort, but it's conditioning. Here's what's wild: breaking free from fear conditioning feels dangerous at first. The moment you stop responding to fear, your nervous system panics. It thinks you're walking into danger. That's why people cling to their routines, their news cycles, their outrage. Because fear feels familiar. It's safer to stay inside the cage you know than risk the open door you've forgotten how to walk through. But awareness is the crack in the system. The second you name the pattern, the conditioning starts to lose power. When you catch yourself reacting automatically, shrinking, apologizing, surrendering out of fear, that's the moment you start rewiring. Because fear conditioning depends on unconscious response. Conscious observation breaks the loop. The antidote to learned helplessness isn't blind optimism. It's agency. Small, deliberate acts of control. Every time you choose to act despite fear, you retrain your nervous system to associate courage with safety instead of pain. That's how you rebuild your autonomy, one choice at a time. And here's the deeper truth: fear isn't the enemy. It's the tool. What you do with it determines whether you're controlled or awake. The same mechanism that keeps people compliant can also make them unstoppable, if they learn to use fear as information instead of instruction. That's what real freedom feels like, not the absence of fear, but the ability to feel it fully and still choose your own path. That's the moment the conditioning shatters. And once you've tasted that, once you've proven to yourself that fear doesn't own you, no system on earth can program you again. Identity breakdown and rebuilding processes. There's a moment, right before identity shatters, when everything you thought you were stops making sense. Your values feel foreign. Your voice doesn't sound like yours anymore. You start asking questions you were trained never to ask. Who am I, really? What part of me is real? And what part was installed? That's not madness. That's the beginning of an identity breakdown. And in the world of psychological warfare, that moment is pure gold. Because once someone's sense of self collapses, they can be rebuilt into anything. Every military conditioning program, from boot camps to black ops training, begins with identity destruction. It's not about teaching skills first. It's about erasing the version of you that existed before. That's why recruits are stripped of individuality from day one. The haircut, the uniform, the name reduced to a rank. It's ritualized psychological demolition. Every personal detail that once defined you is replaced with sameness. Why? Because individuality resists control. The mind that knows who it is can say no. The one that doesn't will say yes to anything that feels certain. Psychologists call this ego disintegration. It's what happens when the internal story that gives you meaning is ripped apart faster than you can rebuild it. The brain hates that void. It feels like death. But to a manipulator, that's the opening. Because once your identity is unstable, you become desperate for structure. Any structure. And whoever offers that structure becomes your new compass. That's the core of every indoctrination program. From military to cult to media narrative, break identity, then replace it. Here's how it works on a neurological level. The human brain relies on patterns, beliefs, memories, routines, to form a stable sense of self. When those patterns are disrupted through stress, isolation, or confusion, your brain floods with stress hormones like cortisol. High levels of stress shrink the hippocampus, the area responsible for context and memory, while strengthening the amygdala, which governs fear and emotional response. That shift makes you more reactive, less reflective. It turns you from a thinker into a follower. That's why identity breakdowns are often paired with chaos. In the military, it's shouting, exhaustion, unpredictability. In society, it's endless crisis, outrage, and division. Keep people off balance long enough, and they'll reach for anything that feels solid, even if that thing is control disguised as comfort. But breakdown is only half of the process. The rebuilding is where the real programming happens. Once the mind is stripped raw, new identity layers are installed through repetition, ritual, and reward. You're told who you are, what to believe, what your purpose is. The language changes. The posture changes. The thoughts change. Eventually, you start saying the lines yourself, and when you hear your own voice repeat them, they start to feel like truth. That's the moment of integration. When conditioning becomes identity, the military calls this transformation unit cohesion. In psychology, it's called internalization. Either way, it's the same formula: destroy individuality, install belonging. And belonging is powerful. It gives purpose. It quiets fear. It turns chaos into order. That's why it works so well. Humans crave connection, and when your old identity has been burned away, the promise of a new one feels like salvation. Now look at how this plays out in civilian life. You see the same pattern, just with different uniforms. The corporate world strips people of autonomy through hierarchy and branding. You stop being a person and start being a title, a role, a function. Social media does the same. You build a digital self optimized for approval, not authenticity. Every like, every comment, every repost reinforces the version of you that performs well. Even if it's not real, that's how identity conditioning spreads without a drill sergeant in sight. And the more unstable the world feels, the more people cling to ready-made identities. Political tribes, ideological movements, online communities that speak in slogans instead of thoughts. They promise belonging in exchange for conformity. You trade the chaos of uncertainty for the comfort of being part of something bigger. But the cost is silent. You give up the right to define yourself. Identity breakdown and rebuilding aren't always sinister, though. They're also the blueprint for transformation. Every major personal awakening starts with some version of ego death, the collapse of who you thought you were. The pain, the confusion, the disorientation, that's the detox. It's what happens when old conditioning cracks and the mind starts looking for something real. The difference between manipulation and awakening is direction. In manipulation, someone else rebuilds you. In awakening, you rebuild yourself. Here's the trap most people fall into when identity collapses. They rush to fill the void. They grab the nearest label, the nearest ideology, the nearest sense of belonging, because the emptiness feels unbearable. But the power is in the pause, in sitting in that identity vacuum long enough to hear your own voice again. The mind that can tolerate not knowing who it is, even for a little while, is the mind that can't be programmed. There's a phrase used in special operations training: break them down to build them back better. That's not just a slogan. It's a process. You see it everywhere now. In politics, in corporate culture, even in self-help industries. They all promise rebirth, but first they make sure you feel broken. Because broken people are easy to rebuild. Whole people are unpredictable. So the real question isn't whether your identity has been shaped by outside forces. It has. The question is, who's doing the shaping right now? Every story you believe about yourself, where you belong, what you're capable of, what you deserve, was planted somewhere. Some of those seeds were planted with love, others with strategy. Breaking free doesn't mean destroying everything that defines you. It means examining every piece and asking, did I choose this, or was I conditioned to? That single question can dismantle years of programming. Because the moment you see the mechanism, it loses its grip. Identity breakdown is inevitable. The world is too chaotic to stay the same person forever. But rebuilding, that's the art. You can rebuild on your own terms. You can reconstruct an identity rooted in awareness instead of fear, authenticity instead of conformity. It takes time. It takes silence. It takes the courage to live without the false safety of labels. And once you rebuild yourself from within, no uniform, no algorithm, no ideology can ever claim ownership of you again. Chemical truth serum myths and realities. There's a strange fascination people have with the idea of truth serum, a magic chemical that forces honesty, dissolves secrets, and exposes what's hidden deep inside the human mind. Hollywood turned it into a trope, intelligence agencies turned it into a myth, and the public turned it into something almost mystical. But the truth about truth serum is much darker and far more revealing about how power works. Because what governments really discovered wasn't a drug that forces truth. It was a drug that amplifies control. Let's start with where it began. The idea of a chemical truth extractor first appeared in the early 20th century, when doctors experimenting with scopolamine noticed that women in childbirth, under its effects, began speaking freely, almost dreamlike, unfiltered. Someone realized that this state of lowered inhibition looked a lot like honesty. So the concept was born: what if you could use chemistry to bypass the defenses of the human mind? The military and intelligence agencies jumped on it fast. Through the 40s, 50s, and beyond, substances like sodium pentothal, sodium amytal, and later LSD were tested as potential truth serums. The goal wasn't torture, at least not officially. It was control of information. How do you get someone to reveal what they're hiding without them realizing they've given it away? But what the experiments actually revealed was the opposite of what they hoped for. These drugs didn't create honesty. They created chaos. Under the influence of pentothal, for example, the conscious mind relaxes, not because it becomes more truthful, but because the prefrontal cortex, the center of logic and inhibition, slows down. The person becomes highly suggestible, eager to please, desperate to end discomfort. In that haze, truth and imagination blur. They'll tell you what they think you want to hear. They'll mix facts with dreams. They'll invent details just to make sense of the experience. It's not truth extraction. It's truth distortion. That's why the so-called truth serums never held up in court or in legitimate intelligence work. The results were unreliable. You couldn't tell whether someone was confessing or hallucinating. The drugs didn't unlock truth. They dissolved reality. And that, ironically, became their real power. Because confusion is a form of control, too. In psychological operations, the goal isn't always to know the truth. Sometimes it's to destroy someone's ability to trust their own mind. When a person can't tell what's real, they become malleable. Suggestion slips in easily when certainty is gone. Under the influence of these chemicals, subjects would not only reveal information, they'd accept implanted ideas as their own. That's not interrogation. That's reprogramming. It's the same principle used in hypnosis and psychological warfare. Disorient the subject, then rebuild their sense of reality around your narrative. The chemical just speeds up the process. Instead of days of sleep deprivation or hours of interrogation, a few minutes under a sedative could lower resistance enough for suggestion to stick. The subject would leave the session believing they'd revealed the truth, when in reality, they'd been guided into saying what their interrogator wanted. Here's the uncomfortable part. That same mechanism now exists without the drugs. You don't need sodium pentothal to reach suggestibility anymore. Constant media saturation, sensory overload, emotional fatigue, they all induce a trance-like state where the critical mind shuts down and the emotional brain takes over. When that happens, the difference between truth and narrative fades just as easily as it does under chemical influence. The modern world achieved mass hypnosis. No injection required. So when people imagine truth serum as a relic of Cold War experimentation, they're missing the point. The serum isn't a chemical anymore. It's psychological. The ingredients aren't stored in a vial. They're built into your daily environment. Confusion, contradiction, fatigue. These are the new sedatives. They don't make you speak the truth. They make you stop looking for it. But let's talk about the myth itself, because it says something profound about human nature. The fantasy of truth serum comes from a deep desire to believe there's a shortcut to honesty. A way to cut through deception, to see what people truly think. But the truth isn't locked in the mind. It's buried in fear. People lie because they're protecting something. Sometimes secrets, sometimes themselves. And no chemical can dissolve that, because fear isn't chemical. It's emotional. In fact, when you remove inhibition chemically, what comes out isn't pure truth. It's raw emotion. The hidden anger, guilt, longing, Everything normally filtered through logic spills out at once. That's what early researchers mistook for honesty. They didn't realize they were watching emotion without context, not truth without lies. The scariest part of all this is how quickly the same mindset spread into other areas of control. If you can't make someone tell the truth, you can still make them feel like they have. You can convince them their false memories are real. You can build entire identities on suggestion. That's why the experiments never really ended. They just evolved. Now the tools are digital, not chemical. The manipulation is behavioral, not pharmacological. And yet, the core principle remains unchanged. When people are confused, tired, and emotionally flooded, they'll accept anything that feels like certainty. That's the modern truth serum. Not a drug, but a story. Feed it to enough people long enough, and they'll start repeating it as if it came from within. That's not honesty. That's programming disguised as revelation. Still, there's a flip side. Knowing this gives you power, because awareness breaks suggestion. The mind can't be manipulated in the same way once it sees the pattern. The moment you realize that clarity can't be chemically forced, that truth must be chosen consciously, the illusion of the serum collapses. Real truth doesn't live in chemicals or coercion. It lives in awareness. It comes from the ability to sit with discomfort, to question your own beliefs, to face the parts of yourself you'd rather keep buried. No one can inject that into you. No one can extract it, either. So the next time you hear the phrase truth serum, remember this: there's no formula that forces honesty. There's only fear that silences it and awareness that restores it. The myth of truth serum was never about chemistry. It was about control. And the most dangerous lies are the ones told by those who promise to deliver truth. As long as you let them hold the needle. Cognitive dissonance exploitation. You've probably felt it before. That uncomfortable, twisting tension in your mind when something doesn't add up. When your beliefs collide with reality. When you defend something you secretly know might be wrong. That's cognitive dissonance. It's not just a mental glitch. It's a biological alarm. Your brain's way of warning you that your worldview is under attack. And what most people don't realize is that this feeling, this discomfort, is one of the most powerful levers of control ever discovered. Because whoever knows how to create cognitive dissonance, and then resolve it, can shape what you believe without you even noticing it. Here's how it works. The human brain is wired to avoid internal conflict. It wants its story of reality to feel consistent, even if that story is built on lies. When something challenges that story, say a fact that doesn't fit your beliefs, or an experience that contradicts your expectations, the brain goes into panic mode. It releases stress hormones, ramps up emotional defensiveness, and immediately starts trying to restore balance. You'll either change your behavior to fit the new truth, or twist the new truth to fit your old belief, and guess which one most people choose? The second one. Because rewriting belief feels safer than rewriting identity. That's the crack manipulators slip through. In military psychological operations, cognitive dissonance is a weapon of confusion. You feed the target two contradictory messages, both sounding authoritative, until the brain can't reconcile them. Once confusion sets in, the subject becomes desperate for resolution. They want the discomfort to stop. And whoever offers that resolution, whoever provides the simplest explanation, instantly becomes the authority figure the brain clings to. It's not about truth. It's about relief. Now, take that principle and look at modern life. Every headline that contradicts the last one, every leader that says one thing today and another tomorrow, every debate that leaves you exhausted instead of enlightened, that's not random chaos. It's cognitive dissonance at scale. The constant contradiction keeps you in a loop of confusion and compliance. You stop trying to make sense of things and start outsourcing your thinking to whoever seems confident enough to make the noise stop. And it's genius. Because the human mind doesn't crave truth first, it craves certainty. And when truth becomes too complicated, certainty feels like safety. That's why propaganda works. That's why cults work. That's why even highly intelligent people fall for manipulation. Because intelligence doesn't protect you from dissonance, emotion does. There's a famous study that proves it. Psychologists Leon Festinger and his colleagues infiltrated a doomsday cult in the 1950s. The members believed the world would end on a specific date and that aliens would rescue them beforehand. When the day came and nothing happened, you'd think they'd abandoned the belief, right? Wrong. They became even more devoted. They told themselves their faith had saved the planet. That's cognitive dissonance resolving itself through rationalization. The brain couldn't handle being wrong, so it rewrote reality instead. Now, imagine that same psychological mechanism being used intentionally, not by a small cult, but by entire systems of influence. Governments, media networks, corporations. They bombard you with contradictions. Products that promise happiness but breed anxiety, policies that claim freedom but enforce obedience, messages that preach individuality while rewarding conformity. The confusion this creates keeps you stuck in a loop of seeking comfort from the very source of your discomfort. You end up defending the machine that's feeding you dissonance because accepting the truth would mean dismantling your own belief system. It's the same tactic used in interrogation and indoctrination. Create internal conflict, isolate the subject, and then offer emotional relief disguised as clarity. People will do anything to relieve that pressure. Confess, comply, conform. And in everyday life, it's not a drill sergeant applying the pressure. It's algorithms, influencers, and institutions, each one engineering small doses of dissonance to keep you engaged, uncertain, and dependent. Here's what makes it even more effective. Cognitive dissonance doesn't feel like manipulation. It feels personal. It feels like guilt or embarrassment or confusion. It feels like you're at war with yourself. And because it feels internal, you never think to look outward for the cause. You start blaming yourself for being tired, distracted, or overwhelmed, never realizing your nervous system is responding exactly how it was designed to under manipulation. This is why so many people double down on beliefs even when evidence disproves them. It's not stupidity, it's survival. The mind protects itself by defending the narrative it depends on. To admit error feels like death to the ego. Manipulators exploit that instinct by pushing people to defend their illusions harder and harder until they'll fight to protect the very lies that enslave them. And here's the dark brilliance. Once you can make someone betray their own logic, they'll never fully trust themselves again. That's the endgame of dissonance exploitation. It's not just about controlling what you think. It's about eroding your confidence in your ability to think at all. Because a person who doubts their own perception will believe anyone who sounds certain. So, how do you break free from that trap? Not by avoiding discomfort, but by walking straight into it. The power of cognitive dissonance disappears the moment you stop running from it. When your beliefs and reality clash, don't rush to resolve it. Sit with the tension. Let it hurt. Let it expose the lies. That pain you feel is truth fighting for space. You can't outthink manipulation by being smarter. You outthink it by being honest, brutally honest, about what you feel when your beliefs are challenged. Awareness turns the weapon back on itself. Because when you understand that dissonance is supposed to feel uncomfortable, you stop seeing discomfort as danger. You start seeing it as evidence that your mind is waking up. That's why the strongest minds in history, thinkers, rebels, truth seekers, all went through periods of dissonance. They questioned everything, including themselves. They learned to tolerate that psychological heat long enough to melt away false certainty. And what emerged on the other side wasn't comfort. It was clarity. So the next time you feel that twist in your gut, when something doesn't align, don't shut it down. Don't run back to your echo chamber for relief. That's exactly what manipulators want. Instead, pause and ask, what part of me is being threatened right now? What belief is fighting to survive? Because every time you choose truth over comfort, you're reclaiming the part of your mind the system tried to hijack. And once you stop needing certainty to feel safe, you become ungovernable. Stockholm Syndrome conditioning. It usually starts in a moment of fear. Something breaks inside you. A sense of safety, control, freedom, and in that instant, your survival instincts take over. You stop thinking, you start adapting. You do whatever it takes to stay alive. But then something strange happens. The very person causing your fear suddenly offers relief. A smile, a kind word, a small gesture of safety. Your brain latches onto it like oxygen. And before long, you're not just surviving the captor, you're emotionally bonding with them. That's Stockholm Syndrome. But beneath the surface, it's not just about hostages and criminals. It's about conditioning. The psychological blueprint for obedience, dependence, and devotion to those who hurt us. The name came from a 1973 bank robbery in Sweden, where hostages ended up defending the robbers after 6 days in captivity. People were shocked. How could victims feel sympathy for their abductors? How could they protect them from the police? But when psychologists studied it deeper, they realized it wasn't madness. It was the mind doing what it does best, adapting to survive. Here's what actually happens inside the brain. When you're trapped in a situation of fear and helplessness, your body floods with stress hormones. Cortisol, adrenaline, norepinephrine. Your mind shifts into fight, flight, or freeze. But when escape isn't possible, the brain tries something else. It rewires connection as survival. You begin to associate any small kindness from the oppressor as safety. Every smile feels like salvation. Every gentle word feels like hope. The abuser becomes both the threat and the rescuer, and that duality is what locks the bond in place. It's not just emotional confusion, it's chemical. Each moment of terror spikes stress hormones, and each brief moment of relief floods dopamine. That up and down rhythm, fear and comfort, punishment and reward, trains the nervous system like Pavlov's dog. Your brain starts craving the captor's approval because it brings temporary peace. You begin doing whatever keeps them happy, not because you love them, but because you're addicted to the calm that follows their chaos. Now, take that mechanism out of a hostage scenario, and you'll see it playing out everywhere. In toxic relationships, in manipulative workplaces, even in society itself. The pattern is always the same. create fear, then offer controlled relief. Governments do it with policies. Corporations do it with marketing. Influencers do it with attention. First, they trigger insecurity, fear of missing out, fear of losing safety, fear of being excluded. Then they offer the fix, the product, the leader, the narrative, the solution. And we bond to them emotionally, not rationally, because they've linked themselves to our survival. That's how Stockholm Syndrome turns into social conditioning. You start defending the very system that exploits you because it also gives you comfort. You say things like, "It's not that bad," or "They're doing their best," or "It could be worse." That's not loyalty. That's psychological dependency. You're not protecting them. You're protecting the illusion of safety they built around you. In interrogation and indoctrination programs, this is used deliberately. The captor isolates the subject, creates fear through unpredictability, then rewards obedience with small acts of kindness. The key is inconsistency. Predictable cruelty breeds rebellion, but unpredictable cruelty mixed with moments of mercy breeds loyalty. The subject begins to see the abuser as the only person who understands their pain. Over time, they internalize the abuser's beliefs, values, even their justifications. They stop seeing themselves as victims and start seeing themselves as allies. Sound familiar? That's because it's everywhere. From the way abusive leaders charm their followers to the way corporate systems condition workers to worship burnout culture. You're exhausted, underpaid, mentally breaking. But then you get an email praising your resilience, and for a moment you feel seen. That's the same neurochemical trap. You're given pain, then rewarded for enduring it. The brain translates that into purpose. Stockholm conditioning thrives in environments where people feel powerless. The less control you have, the more likely you are to bond with the one controlling you. It's why employees defend toxic bosses, why citizens defend corrupt systems, and why entire populations can be manipulated into loving their oppressors. Fear keeps you compliant. Kindness keeps you attached. Together, they form the perfect leash. But here's what makes this conditioning so insidious. The bond feels genuine. You start believing the connection is real, that the abuser actually cares, that their cruelty comes from necessity. You rationalize their behavior. You make excuses for them. You start feeling gratitude for the smallest acts of decency. And that's how manipulation hides, not in the abuse itself, but in the moments of relief that follow it. In one study on trauma bonding, researchers found that victims who experienced unpredictable cycles of fear and comfort developed the strongest emotional ties to their abusers. It's the same psychology behind gambling addiction. The uncertainty, not the reward itself, keeps you hooked. You never know when the next moment of kindness will come, so you cling to hope, even when logic screams to run. Breaking free requires something counterintuitive. You have to stop chasing safety from the same source that created the fear. That means cutting the reward loop. That means sitting in the discomfort of withdrawal when you stop seeking approval from your captor, your boss, your government, your manipulator. The peace that comes after breaking Stockholm conditioning isn't euphoric. It's quiet. It's disorienting. You'll feel lost at first because your nervous system has been trained to confuse chaos for connection. But that's where healing begins. The moment you realize that love mixed with fear isn't love, it's control. That kindness laced with dependency isn't compassion, it's conditioning. That loyalty born from survival isn't loyalty, it's trauma. Once you see the pattern, the spell breaks. This is why awareness is the ultimate rebellion. You can't be controlled by someone you no longer believe can save you. And the moment you stop needing your captor's approval, they lose their grip completely, because their power never came from domination. It came from your belief that you needed them to survive. So ask yourself, who or what have you been emotionally defending that also drains you? What fear keeps you loyal? Who do you keep forgiving because they give you just enough kindness to keep you from leaving? The truth about Stockholm Syndrome is that it's not a flaw in the human mind. It's proof of how deeply wired we are for connection. Even under threat, the same instincts that make us bond to our captors are the ones that make us capable of empathy and love. The trick is learning where to place that connection. In freedom, not fear. Because once you stop romanticizing your own captivity, you stop mistaking your prison for protection. And that's when you finally start to remember what real safety feels like. Authority and obedience manipulation. There's a strange pull in all of us, a compulsion to obey authority, even when it doesn't make sense, even when it goes against what we know is right. It starts as a whisper in the mind, a subtle nudge that says follow the rules, respect the chain, trust the leader. And most people never question it, because society has trained obedience to feel safe, moral, and inevitable. But behind that instinct lies a profound vulnerability, one the military, governments, and organizations have exploited for decades to shape behavior, control populations, and even manufacture consent. Obedience isn't just taught, it's wired, in experiments that shook the world, like Stanley Milgram's famous study in the 1960s. Ordinary people were willing to administer what they thought were dangerous electric shocks to strangers, just because an authority figure instructed them to. They weren't sadistic. They were normal. But the presence of perceived authority rewired their moral compass. They deferred responsibility, surrendered judgment, and prioritized compliance over conscience. That wasn't coincidence. That was proof that obedience is one of the most reliable levers of control a system can pull. Military training leverages this instinct relentlessly. Recruits are stripped of autonomy, given uniforms, ranks, and rigid routines. Every order is reinforced with immediate consequences, every success rewarded with approval. Over time, the trainee's internal compass starts to sync with the chain of command. Questioning authority becomes uncomfortable, even taboo. The body learns the rhythm of obedience. The brain learns to equate compliance with safety, and the mind stops asking why. It's not about cruelty. It's about reliability. Soldiers must follow orders under chaos because hesitation can cost lives. But the same principles can and have been adapted to civilian life to enforce conformity at scale. In society, authority manipulation works through symbols, rituals, and trust. Titles, uniforms, badges, and even clothing communicate power. When someone wears them, the brain automatically flags their instructions as credible. You don't need to consciously agree. Your nervous system already assumes obedience is safest. Governments, corporations, and institutions exploit this every day. Think of how people defer to doctors, police, managers, or even celebrity figures without questioning their reasoning. Obedience feels like safety, even when it's manipulation. And then there's the moral dimension. People obey because authority makes them feel absolved of responsibility. In Milgram's study, participants repeatedly said they felt responsible for nothing because the experimenter told me to do it. That's obedience disguised as morality. When someone tells you that rules, laws, or hierarchy justify an action, it's easy to commit acts you'd never consider on your own. That's the subtle genius of authority manipulation. It co-opts morality to enforce compliance. The mechanism is insidious because it often works invisibly. You follow traffic laws, workplace protocols, or societal norms without a second thought. You accept expert advice, political messaging, and institutional narratives without realizing your mind is on autopilot. Step outside these systems, and the resistance you feel is immediate and uncomfortable. A nervous system trained to equate challenge with risk. Obedience is learned as instinct, reinforced by reward and fear. Questioning authority feels unnatural because the brain has been conditioned to associate survival with compliance. The military and experimental psychology show us the extremes, but daily life applies the same principles in slow motion. Corporations use hierarchical reinforcement and status symbols to compel productivity. Media leverages expert endorsements and narrative authority to shape beliefs. Social systems reward conformity and punish dissent. Step out of line, and the cost is subtle. Social disapproval, loss of status, or internal guilt. The effect is the same as a drill sergeant's command you obey, even when it doesn't serve you. Here's the frightening part: obedience doesn't require a tyrant. It works even when authority is invisible or abstract. We obey laws we've never read, policies we barely understand, norms we never chose. Our brain assumes the chain of command is trustworthy because historically, it's been safer to comply than to resist. That evolutionary wiring, once vital for survival, becomes a tool for manipulation in modern society. Breaking free from authority manipulation requires awareness and courage. The first step is noticing when compliance is automatic. Ask yourself, am I following this because it's right, or because someone told me to? The second step is reclaiming moral responsibility. Authority can advise, direct, and suggest, but only you can decide whether an action aligns with your ethics. That awareness dissolves the hypnotic effect of uniforms, titles, and commands. Once responsibility returns to you, obedience becomes choice instead of programming. The most powerful thing to understand is that authority manipulation doesn't rely on violence. It relies on trust, fear, and psychological reinforcement. Fear of punishment teaches you to obey. Trust in competence teaches you to defer. Ritualized repetition teaches your nervous system that compliance is normal. The more subtle the authority, the more effective the manipulation. Because when obedience feels natural, you'll surrender control without realizing it. And the ultimate truth is this: systems of control don't need overt force when obedience is internalized. The moment people stop questioning authority is the moment power becomes effortless. The Milgram experiments weren't about sadism. They were about revealing a hidden truth. The human mind, trained to obey, will follow orders even against its better judgment. That's why understanding authority is essential, because awareness is the only safeguard against unconscious compliance. Obedience feels like safety, morality, and certainty. But unchecked, it becomes control. Once you see the mechanisms, the titles, the rituals, the rewards, and the fear, you realize that freedom isn't the absence of authority. It's the ability to decide when and to whom you will submit. And the moment you reclaim that choice, you stop being programmed. You stop being a puppet. Group conformity pressure experiments. There's something deeply unsettling about watching people change who they are just to fit in. You've probably experienced it. You laugh at a joke you don't find funny, agree with an opinion you secretly doubt, or go along with a decision you wouldn't make alone. That's conformity in action. It feels harmless at first, even normal. But the truth is, group conformity pressure is one of the most powerful psychological levers ever studied, and experiments show just how fragile our independence really is. The classic studies started in the 1950s with Solomon Asch. He gathered participants in a room and asked a simple question: which line matches this reference line? Easy, right? But here's the twist. Every person in the room except one was a Confederate, secretly instructed to give the wrong answer. The real subject was last or second, to answer. Over and over, the group unanimously chose the wrong line. And what happened? About 75% of participants conformed at least once. They knowingly gave wrong answers just to align with the group. Why? Because social pressure feels unbearable. We fear ridicule, isolation, judgment. Even when our senses scream the truth, the desire to belong can override logic entirely. That study isn't just trivia. It reveals a deep neurological truth. The brain doesn't just respond to facts, it responds to social signals. The amygdala, the part that handles fear and threat, lights up when we think we're being excluded. Conformity isn't rational. It's survival instinct. In evolutionary terms, being kicked out of the group was dangerous. Today, the stakes are rarely life or death, but the wiring hasn't changed. That's why advertisers, politicians, and institutions exploit social proof, peer pressure, and consensus to steer behavior. The military knows this instinct all too well. Recruits are placed in small units, drilled to move, act, and think as one. Individual judgment is suppressed not just through orders, but through the pressure to align. The fear of being wrong in front of the team, the desire to earn approval, the subtle shame of deviation. It's all designed to make conformity automatic. You follow the unit because the group itself becomes authority. Independent thought takes a backseat to belonging, and it works in everyday life too. Social media is a modern Asch experiment on a massive scale. Likes, shares, trending opinions. These are signals of consensus. You scroll, you compare, you calibrate your beliefs and behaviors to match the majority. That's conformity pressure in action. Even subtle cues, like seeing that everyone in your feed is outraged or excited about the same thing, can nudge you to mirror them, sometimes against your own instincts. There's another layer. Anonymity amplifies the effect. In Asch's experiments, if just one other person agreed with the subject's true perception, conformity dropped dramatically. This shows that the illusion of consensus is the real weapon. Manipulate perception of agreement, and you manipulate behavior. Groups can make people deny their senses, ignore evidence, or accept false narratives, all because no one wants to stand alone. The consequences aren't just trivial decisions. Conformity can escalate to complicity in immoral acts. Studies of wartime behavior, corporate wrongdoing, and social atrocities repeatedly show that ordinary people comply with destructive systems because everyone else is doing it. The pressure to fit in suppresses moral judgment. It's a psychological shortcut. If everyone else approves, it must be safe. If everyone else participates, resistance feels impossible. What's terrifying is how invisible the influence is. People genuinely believe they're making independent choices, when in reality, their nervous system has internalized the group's cues. Micro-expressions, tone of voice, body language, even the spacing of opinions can subtly pressure someone to conform. The brain reacts before the mind even realizes it's happening. That's why conformity feels like choice, not coercion. Breaking free requires awareness and courage. The moment you recognize that your thoughts are being nudged by unseen consensus, you reclaim autonomy. Even one ally can dramatically reduce conformity pressure. And learning to tolerate social friction, the discomfort of disagreeing with the group, is essential. Your brain interprets resistance as risk, but it's actually the first step toward independent thought. Modern society amplifies this effect through algorithms, echo chambers, and social signaling. Trending topics, viral content, mass movements, all simulate unanimous agreement, even when it's not real. Conformity pressure has gone digital, operating continuously on billions of people. The stakes are higher than ever. You aren't just answering a question about lines on a card. You're constantly asked to align with collective perception, often against your own reasoning. Understanding group conformity isn't just academic. It's liberation. Awareness lets you pause before mirroring, question before agreeing, and think before adopting the majority's position. Independence isn't rebellion for its own sake. It's survival of the self. Because the truth is simple but unsettling, most people conform far more than they realize, and almost everyone is susceptible to the quiet, invisible pressure of the group. The moment you see it, you see how easily behavior can be shaped, and how powerful it is to stand apart. And once you learn that, you begin to reclaim not just your choices, but your mind. Environmental control and isolation methods. Isolation and control of your surroundings is one of the most underappreciated ways the human mind can be manipulated. It's subtle, invisible, and terrifyingly effective. Most people think influence comes from words, threats, or persuasion, but the environment itself can bend your thoughts, your emotions, even your sense of reality, without you realizing it. And the military, along with behavioral psychologists, has spent decades perfecting methods to exploit it. Imagine being in a room where nothing changes for days. No natural light, no familiar sounds. Time has no meaning. Meals arrive like clockwork, but you have no control over them. Your bed is uncomfortable. The temperature is slightly wrong. At first, it's minor discomfort. Then it's disorientation. The brain starts hunting for cues that aren't there, and in that vacuum, your mind becomes pliable. That's isolation as a weapon. It doesn't need to break your body. It fractures your attention, your certainty, and your self-narrative. Military programs and intelligence agencies use isolation to weaken resistance. New recruits, prisoners, or detainees are placed in controlled environments where their sensory input is limited. Darkness, monotony, restricted movement, each element amplifies stress hormones while suppressing dopamine and serotonin. Your nervous system becomes hypersensitive. Anxiety spikes. Sleep is disrupted. Fear feels larger than it really is. In this state, suggestion slips past your conscious defenses. Your mind craves guidance, structure, and permission, and whoever controls the environment controls you. Isolation doesn't need physical walls to be effective. Social isolation is just as potent. Humans are wired for connection. Take that away, even temporarily, and your identity starts to unravel. Recruits in military boot camps, captives in psychological experiments, and individuals in high control groups experience the same effect. Alone, uncertain, and under constant observation, people begin to rely on the authority figure for cues about how to think, feel, and behave. Social bonds outside the system weaken, and internal resistance becomes exhausting. Environmental control amplifies obedience through predictability and unpredictability at the same time. Predictable schedules condition you to respond automatically. You eat, sleep, march, or work at precise intervals. Your nervous system syncs with the routine, and your brain stops questioning why. Then unpredictability is introduced. Sudden changes, new rules, random stressors. Your mind seeks stability and safety, and when you look for it, you find it in authority rather than your own judgment. That's how isolation and environmental control combine to produce compliance. It works on a smaller scale too. Think about workplaces, classrooms, or online platforms. Carefully controlled lighting, repetitive sounds, limited social feedback, and curated information streams all influence mood, attention, and decision-making. Environmental cues push you towards certain behaviors, creating habits that feel voluntary, but are subtly engineered. Your environment can literally program you without a single word being spoken. Sensory manipulation is a key part of this. Controlled noise, temperature, lighting, or even scent affects stress levels, attention, and emotional state. Bright fluorescent lights can induce irritability. Background hums or mechanical sounds can increase anxiety. The absence of natural cues, sunrise, birds, outdoor spaces, makes time feel distorted and your mind more suggestible. You start misjudging your energy, your patience, your decisions. Small environmental nudges become large psychological levers. Isolation also undermines identity. Without interaction with peers, without feedback from a broader social context, your sense of self begins to shrink. You start questioning your own memory, your preferences, your reasoning. The brain seeks certainty anywhere it can and often finds it in authority figures. That's why controlled environments are so effective in recruitment, training, or interrogation. They don't just make you obedient, they make you dependent. And the frightening truth is how easily environmental control scales. You don't need a prison cell or boot camp. Modern society replicates the same mechanisms. Long work hours in controlled office spaces, endless scrolling in algorithmic feeds, confined urban living with little exposure to nature, all subtly limit sensory input, shape routines, and isolate you from alternative perspectives. Over time, these conditions nudge compliance and normalize dependence on the structures around you. The key takeaway is that freedom isn't just about ideas. It's about your environment. Control the space you occupy, and you can control how you think, feel, and act. Conversely, awareness of these manipulations gives you leverage. Seek variety in light, sound, and activity. Prioritize natural rhythms. Maintain social connections. Notice when monotony or confinement is shaping your behavior without your conscious consent. These steps reclaim mental autonomy from environmental manipulation. Isolation and environmental control are invisible hands shaping thought, obedience, and identity. They don't scream at you. They whisper, subtly eroding independence. And the moment you realize your surroundings have been guiding you, you start breaking free. You take back not just your mind, but your sense of agency. Because the environment you inhabit isn't neutral. It's programming. And once you see the code, you can choose to write your own. Reward and deprivation behavioral cycles. Behavior is more predictable than most people realize, and the secret lies in a rhythm our brains can't resist: the cycle of reward and deprivation. Think of it like a pendulum swinging between pleasure and pain. It's not just about getting something you want or being denied it. It's about how your nervous system responds to that back. And fourth, how your brain starts craving control, approval, or validation, and how those cravings can be exploited to shape thought, emotion, and even identity. The military and behavioral psychologists have long understood this. Early recruits are subjected to cycles of reinforcement and denial, praise for perfect execution, criticism for mistakes, meals or privileges given and then withheld. The pattern isn't accidental. It's designed to teach obedience, instill dependence, and create emotional volatility. Your nervous system becomes conditioned to anticipate relief after stress, reward after suffering, approval after effort. You start organizing your behavior around the cycle, often without realizing it. On a neurological level, it's about dopamine and cortisol. Reward spikes dopamine, flooding the brain with pleasure and reinforcing the behavior that earned it. Deprivation triggers cortisol, stress, and discomfort, signaling the brain that adaptation is required. When these chemicals alternate predictably, your nervous system essentially learns to crave the reward and anticipate the deprivation. That anticipation shapes choices, focus, and attention. You begin acting not on logic, but on the rhythm of the cycle itself. This principle is visible everywhere. In interrogation, a subject may be given small comforts: food, conversation, acknowledgement, only to have them suddenly removed. The brain starts focusing on pleasing the captor rather than analyzing the situation. In training, praise and punishment shape obedience. In society, the same cycles appear in subtle ways: social media notifications, performance reviews, fluctuating attention from peers or superiors, even fluctuating access to resources. Each cycle creates emotional dependency. It's why rewards feel addictive. The pleasure itself isn't the full hook. The hook is the uncertainty, the contrast with deprivation. A consistent reward is easy to ignore. A predictable denial creates craving. The brain begins to chase the next spike, adjusting behavior to align with the pattern. Over time, the cycle rewires priorities. You learn to value the source of reward over independent judgment. The psychological term for this is intermittent reinforcement, a method extensively studied and used in both animal training and human conditioning. B.F. Skinner demonstrated that rats would press a lever far more persistently when rewards were unpredictable than when they were constant. The same applies to humans. The uncertainty amplifies obedience, loyalty, and emotional investment. You'll work harder, endure more, and rationalize sacrifice just to align with the cycle of reward and deprivation. In extreme cases, this technique shapes identity itself. When cycles are sustained over time, people internalize the system's values, goals, and priorities. They stop acting autonomously and start acting to maintain the rhythm. Their nervous system craves approval, attention, or relief, and the cycle becomes the framework of their life. The conditioning feels voluntary, but it's guided by invisible hands. Consider everyday examples. Gamified apps, subscription services, or even workplace incentives rely on the same principle. Badges, praise, attention, or promotions are given intermittently. Small wins alternate with delays or setbacks. Users, employees, and participants start organizing their actions to maximize the next reward and minimize the next deprivation. It feels like choice, but it's programming. The most powerful part of these cycles is that they manipulate emotion more than cognition. Logical arguments or moral reasoning become secondary. Your decisions are driven by anticipation and relief. That's why soldiers follow orders without question, captives comply with captors, and employees chase goals even when systems exploit them. The mind learns that peace, pleasure, and approval are external, not internal, and that external control is what delivers them. Breaking free requires awareness and deliberate disruption of the cycle. Predictability allows your nervous system to recalibrate. Awareness allows your mind to recognize when craving is being externally manipulated. Seeking internal validation instead of external reward breaks the pattern. You regain control over decisions and priorities. You learn to act based on choice instead of chemical anticipation. The critical insight is this: reward alone doesn't control behavior. Deprivation alone doesn't either. It's the combination, the oscillation, the unpredictable swing between pleasure and discomfort that hijacks the mind. Once you understand the rhythm, you see why people tolerate abuse, pursue fleeting approval, or rationalize suffering, because their nervous systems have been trained to chase the next high and avoid the next low. Behavioral cycles of reward and deprivation aren't tricks. They're predictable mechanisms embedded in human psychology. And once you see the pattern, you realize just how much of your motivation, your loyalty, and even your identity can be shaped by something as simple as timing pleasure against pain. Because when the brain is caught in the swing between craving and relief, it doesn't ask questions, it obeys. And that obedience is what manipulators count on. Repetition and narrative loop programming. It always starts subtly. A phrase repeated often enough that it stops sounding strange. A story told from just one angle until your brain accepts it as truth. That's how repetition works. Not as information, but as programming. It bypasses logic and moves straight into familiarity, and the human mind mistakes familiarity for truth. That's the essence of narrative loop programming. Once a message becomes familiar, it stops being questioned. It becomes part of how you think. The military, political institutions, and media all rely on this principle. Repetition isn't just emphasis, it's reinforcement. In boot camps, recruits chant slogans, repeat commands, recite creeds. It's not about memorization, it's about internalization. Each repetition syncs language with emotion, emotion with identity. After enough cycles, the words stop being external. They become automatic thought. That's when programming takes hold. When the narrative no longer feels like instruction but like instinct. Your brain is built to conserve energy. When it encounters repeated information, it stops analyzing it. Neurologically, the prefrontal cortex, the area responsible for critical thinking, quiets down while deeper emotional and associative regions light up. Familiarity feels safe. The more you hear something, the more true it feels, even without evidence. Psychologists call this the illusion of truth effect. It's why propaganda, slogans, and advertising work so well. They don't persuade you through argument. They wear down resistance through rhythm. Narrative loops take that one step further. They don't just repeat words. They repeat emotional arcs, stories with the same structure. Hero, threat, salvation. Trigger predictable emotional sequences. When these stories loop endlessly, the brain learns to anticipate the pattern. It stops paying attention to details and instead seeks the emotional payoff. That's why ideological narratives, brand identities, and institutional myths feel powerful. They deliver the same emotional resolution again and again, training the audience to crave the next iteration. Military and psychological conditioning systems have used this loop for decades. Soldiers are repeatedly exposed to tightly controlled narratives: who the enemy is, what the mission means, how duty defines identity. Repetition ensures those ideas bypass critical thinking and anchor deep into self-concept. The result is loyalty not built on logic, but on rhythm. The comfort of a familiar story. The same mechanism shapes society. News outlets repeat themes until nuance disappears. Social media algorithms prioritize repetition. The more engagement a narrative gets, the more it's shown, amplifying it into perceived consensus. People begin echoing what they hear, not because they believe it fully, but because it feels familiar, and familiarity feels safe. Over time, individual thought gives way to collective rhythm. You're not thinking anymore. You're resonating. Here's the most dangerous part: repetition doesn't require truth. It only requires consistency. When a false idea is repeated enough, the brain tags it as reliable. That's why entire populations can adopt distorted realities and defend them as facts. Once a narrative loop locks in, even contradictory evidence strengthens it. The brain defends what feels familiar. The pattern itself becomes identity. Breaking that loop feels like betrayal or chaos. Narrative loops also manipulate emotion through pacing. Repeated exposure to tension and release, fear and safety, outrage and reassurance, conditions the nervous system. It becomes addicted to the cycle. That's why people can't stop doom scrolling, watching conflict unfold, or engaging in outrage culture. Each emotional surge feeds the loop. You crave the next repetition, even as it drains you. On a personal level, repetition shapes self-image the same way. The stories you tell yourself about who you are, what you can or can't do, become internal narrative loops. If you hear yourself say, "I'm not enough," "I can't change," or "this is just who I am," those statements begin to feel factual. Your brain learns to predict your own limits, reinforcing them through thought repetition. It's the same mechanism manipulators use, only now it's self-directed. Breaking a narrative loop requires interruption. Silence, novelty, and contradiction are the enemies of repetition. The moment your brain encounters something unexpected, it reactivates the prefrontal cortex. You start thinking again. That's why exposure to diverse ideas, environments, and experiences is so powerful. It disrupts the loop. It forces the mind to engage rather than resonate. When you start paying attention, you'll see repetition everywhere. In slogans, in news cycles, in cultural mantras like "trust the system" or "stay productive." Each one is designed to bypass questioning by becoming background noise. Once you stop noticing the message, it starts running the program. The brilliance of repetition is its invisibility. It doesn't feel like control. It feels like rhythm, like belonging, like the comfort of a familiar story. But behind that comfort is compliance. Behind that rhythm is programming. The words, the emotions, the pacing, all working to sculpt perception into predictability. The truth is, repetition is the quietest weapon of influence because it doesn't fight you. It serenades you. It makes you feel safe enough to surrender. Once you understand that, you begin to see every repeated story, whether from authority, media, or your own mind, for what it is: a script. And when you recognize the script, you gain the power to rewrite it. Because the moment you stop unconsciously repeating the story, the loop breaks. And what's left isn't emptiness. It's freedom. Symbolic triggers and psychological anchors. Symbols rule the mind far more than logic ever has. They slip under thought, bypass reason, and tap directly into emotion. A uniform, a flag, a hand gesture, a piece of music. These things can move entire nations or silence individual resistance without a single command being spoken. That's the power of symbolic triggers and psychological anchors. They don't persuade you. They condition you. Every system of power, from the military to marketing, depends on this. Because the human brain doesn't store meaning as paragraphs or arguments. It stores it as emotional shorthand. a symbol becomes a shortcut to an entire belief system. You see it, hear it, or feel it, and your nervous system reacts before you can even process why. That reaction is what manipulators aim to control. In military environments, symbols are everywhere: the uniform, the salute, the rank insignia, the sound of boots hitting the floor in unison. Each one carries coded meaning: authority, unity, loyalty, sacrifice. Over time, these symbols stop being external signals and start feeling sacred. They trigger pride, fear, belonging, and obedience all at once. The soldier doesn't need to think about why he salutes or why he obeys the man with the stripes. His body already knows. The meaning has been anchored deep in the emotional circuitry of his brain. Anchoring is the psychological process behind this. It happens when a specific stimulus, a sound, word, image, or gesture, becomes tied to a particular emotional state. The more often the two occur together, the stronger the connection becomes. Classical conditioning, as Pavlov demonstrated, showed that even neutral cues could evoke powerful responses once they were linked to experience. The same principle that made dogs salivate at a bell makes people feel reverence when they hear an anthem, fear when they see a uniform, or nostalgia when they smell something from childhood. When used deliberately, anchors become tools of control. Think about national flags, religious icons, corporate logos, all repeated until their presence alone can evoke loyalty, guilt, pride, or fear. The symbol itself doesn't hold power. The meaning your mind assigns to it does. But that meaning can be engineered. Over time, exposure and emotional association create automatic reactions that bypass conscious analysis. You don't choose to feel reverent when you see a flag raised to music. Your nervous system has been trained to. Psychological anchors don't just shape collective emotion, they shape individual behavior. In interrogations or psychological conditioning programs, triggers are implanted intentionally. A certain word, gesture, or tone of voice is paired with emotional relief or distress until it becomes a switch. Once established, that trigger can summon fear, compliance, or calm on command. It's a way of building obedience directly into the sensory system. And it's not limited to extreme situations. Civilian life runs on symbolic triggers too. Advertising, politics, and entertainment all use them constantly. Luxury brands anchor their logos to status and desire. Political movements anchor their symbols to unity and morality. Social media uses sounds, colors, and badges as miniature dopamine anchors, training your attention like a reflex. The blue notification icon, the chime of a message. These are modern triggers that keep your brain hooked in predictable cycles of anticipation and reward. What's chilling is how quickly the brain accepts these associations. Studies in neuromarketing show that when a symbol is paired with a strong enough emotional response, whether joy, fear, or anger, the neural pathway connecting the two strengthens in as little as a few repetitions. Soon, the stimulus alone is enough to trigger the feeling. That's why propagandists don't need long speeches. They just need images, colors, and repetition. Anchors can even shape perception of truth. When a certain symbol repeatedly accompanies authority, people begin to associate the two. A podium, a seal, a flag backdrop. These don't prove legitimacy, but they feel like it. The brain shortcuts the process of verification and replaces it with recognition. Familiarity equals credibility. That's how symbols become shields for manipulation. Over time, entire belief systems can be built on symbolic associations. Once the anchor is strong enough, logic has little influence. You can present evidence, But if the opposing symbol carries emotional weight, it wins. That's why challenging propaganda or ideology feels like an emotional threat, because it doesn't just attack ideas. It attacks the symbols people have bonded with. But anchors aren't inherently bad. They can be used to empower too. Athletes use them to trigger focus. Therapists use them to reduce anxiety. The difference is awareness and intent. When you recognize how triggers work, you can reprogram them. You can choose which symbols carry meaning and which you strip of power. Awareness lets you reclaim the emotional real estate that manipulators occupy. To do that, start observing your automatic responses. Notice which sounds, images, or gestures make you feel something instantly. Ask yourself who benefits from that feeling. Was it taught, or was it chosen? The moment you bring the association into consciousness, you weaken its hold. A symbol only has power when you don't see the strings attached to it. The ultimate form of control isn't force. It's conditioning emotion through meaning. If you can make people feel devotion or fear at the sight of a symbol, you don't need to command them. They'll command themselves. Symbols are language written directly into the nervous system. They are the code of belief, loyalty, and obedience. But once you see the code, you can rewrite it. You can decide which triggers to keep and which to dismantle, because the moment you take back control of your anchors, no symbol, no sound, no ritual can rule you again. Directed energy and microwave influence claims. This is one of those topics that lives at the edge of science, secrecy, and speculation. Where fear meets physics, people have claimed for decades that governments or militaries have used directed energy or microwave technologies to control minds, implant thoughts, or cause mysterious symptoms from afar. The idea sounds cinematic, even paranoid, yet it keeps resurfacing because it blends something real, the physics of electromagnetic energy, with something deeply human, the fear of invisible control. Let's start with what's real. Directed energy is not science fiction. Militaries have developed microwave-based weapons that can disable drones, fry electronics, or create pain-inducing sensations on the skin. The U.S. military's active denial system, for example, uses millimeter-wave radiation to heat the surface of a person's skin, creating an intense burning feeling that forces them to move. That's measurable, demonstrable, and publicly documented. These systems are meant for crowd control, not thought control. But the leap people make, that such technologies can beam thoughts, alter behavior, or manipulate emotions, crosses from physics into imagination. Microwaves can affect tissue and the nervous system in limited, specific ways. The so-called Frey effect, discovered in the 1960s, showed that pulsed microwave radiation could make people perceive clicking or buzzing sounds inside their heads. It wasn't telepathy. It was the brain interpreting rapid temperature shifts in the inner ear as sound. The effect is real, but extremely limited. It can't transmit complex messages or commands. So why do mind control claims persist? Because they use the same psychological mechanisms that other forms of control rely on: fear, uncertainty, and narrative repetition. The idea of invisible influence is terrifying precisely because you can't see it. It creates cognitive dissonance if you feel anxious, disoriented, or sick. And there's no clear cause. The brain searches for meaning. An unseen weapon becomes an emotionally satisfying explanation. In that sense, belief in microwave mind control becomes its own form of psychological conditioning, a feedback loop powered by anxiety and suggestion. Governments have absolutely researched ways to influence human perception using electromagnetic energy, sound waves, and light. That's not conspiracy, it's history. Projects during the Cold War, like the Soviet Moscow Signal and American Counter research programs, explored whether low-level microwaves could cause biological effects or transmit information. The results were inconclusive, but the secrecy surrounding those experiments fueled decades of speculation. The unknown is always fertile ground for paranoia, especially when the topic involves radiation, a word that already carries deep cultural fear. Here's what's often misunderstood. Directed energy isn't a magic beam that controls minds. It's a tool that interacts with matter. It heats, ionizes, or disrupts. To influence cognition meaningfully, you'd need precise, localized modulation of neural activity across billions of interconnected neurons, all while compensating for skull thickness, tissue scattering, and environmental interference. That level of control is far beyond current technology. The physics doesn't add up. What does add up, however, is the psychological power of believing that such control might exist. Fear alone can shape perception, induce psychosomatic symptoms, and reinforce dependence on authority figures who claim to protect or expose the truth. That's where this topic becomes more about psychology than weaponry. Once the idea of invisible influence enters someone's mental framework, it can become a lens for interpreting every sensation or event. Strange noises, tingling sensations, sudden fatigue, all can be reinterpreted as evidence of targeting. The person's environment becomes the source of fear, and that fear becomes self-reinforcing. In extreme cases, it mimics trauma conditioning. The belief itself becomes the weapon. At the same time, it's worth acknowledging why people are drawn to these claims. We live in an era where technology already monitors and manipulates behavior in very real ways, not through energy beams, but through screens, algorithms, and dopamine engineering. Attention is captured, emotion is manipulated, and decisions are subtly steered. It's invisible, pervasive, and data-driven. When people talk about microwave mind control, they're often expressing deeper anxiety about the systems that already are influencing their thoughts. The digital ones. The invisible isn't radiation, it's information. So, yes, directed energy exists. Microwave radiation can affect biological tissue. Governments have studied it. But the leap to psychic or cognitive manipulation remains unsupported by credible evidence. The mind control narrative survives not because of proof, but because it mirrors a deeper truth. People already feel controlled, surveilled, and manipulated in ways they can't see. The metaphor feels real because the psychological experience is real. If you strip away the fear, what remains is an insight into how belief itself can be weaponized. A story doesn't need to be true to influence behavior. It just needs to trigger emotion, repetition, and social reinforcement. The directed energy narrative works because it activates primal fears. The fear of invasion, of invisibility, of losing control over your own mind. And once that fear takes root, it becomes its own self-sustaining program. The real takeaway isn't about hidden weapons. It's about awareness. Whenever someone tells you an invisible force is controlling you, ask yourself what emotion that claim is meant to create. Is it curiosity or is it fear? Because fear itself is the most efficient energy weapon ever invented. And it doesn't need microwaves to work. Subliminal messaging research. You've heard the idea before. Secret messages hidden in music, flashing images in commercials, whispers beneath the threshold of awareness that supposedly make you buy, obey, or believe. It sounds like a myth from old conspiracy circles, but the truth about subliminal messaging is stranger than fiction, because it's not about secret hypnosis or brainwashing. It's about how easily your mind fills in the blanks, and how industries have learned to use that reflex to guide you without your consent. The story begins in 1957 with James Vickery, a marketing researcher who claimed he flashed the phrases "drink Coca-Cola and eat popcorn for a fraction of a second during a movie, causing sales to skyrocket. The public went wild. People panicked, governments launched investigations, and news headlines screamed about mass manipulation through hidden persuasion. But later, Vickery admitted he fabricated the results. The experiment never worked. The myth of subliminal control, though, was born, and it never died. Here's where it gets interesting. Although Vickery's claim was false, researchers did find that subliminal perception, the brain's ability to register signals beneath conscious awareness, is real. Your mind constantly absorbs more information than you realize. A brief flash of a word, a faint sound, or a subtle pattern can influence your mood or focus without you consciously noticing. But here's the limit: these effects are weak and temporary. Subliminal cues can nudge, not command. They can prime an emotion, but they can't rewire belief or override free will. Still, the discovery was enough for governments and advertisers to take notice. During the Cold War, intelligence agencies explored the possibility of subliminal persuasion as psychological warfare. Could you plant ideas through hidden signals? Could you make an enemy doubt themselves or turn citizens more obedient? Studies followed, in labs, in classrooms, even in movie theaters. The results were consistent. Subliminal input could slightly alter attention, preference, or reaction time, but not complex decision-making. It could open a door in the mind, but only if the person was already leaning toward it. The human brain is wired to seek patterns. When something bypasses conscious analysis, the subconscious tries to interpret it anyway. That's why subliminal cues can feel powerful. They activate the imagination. A barely perceptible whisper can make you uneasy, not because it says anything meaningful, but because your brain fills in what it thinks it heard. A brief flash of an image can make you crave something you didn't realize you saw, not because it implanted desire, but because it nudged the emotional center that drives instinct. Advertisers and media learned how to exploit that, not through hidden words, but through structure and rhythm. Modern subliminal messaging doesn't rely on secret frames in film reels. It relies on repetition, pacing, color psychology, and sound design. Fast cuts stimulate attention. Certain frequencies trigger emotional arousal. Colors, like red or gold, heighten urgency and appetite. None of this is below awareness in the technical sense, but it functions like subliminal influence because it manipulates feeling before thought. The most effective form of subliminal messaging today isn't visual. It's narrative. Subtle associations repeated across time, linking happiness with consumption, freedom with compliance, safety with surveillance, form the emotional bedrock of modern culture. No one has to flash a command on screen. The suggestion is woven into storylines, advertising arcs, and public messaging until it feels self-generated. The message isn't buy this or believe that. It's this is normal, this is right, this is you. And because the subconscious loves consistency, the more often you encounter those ideas, the more they stick. It's not the one hidden word that changes you. It's the 100 subtle reinforcements that do. The same principle is behind political messaging, corporate branding, even social media algorithms. The feed learns what emotions keep you scrolling, what content keeps you reactive, and then it feeds you more of it. The effect is hypnotic not because of secrecy, but because of precision. What scientists now know is that subliminal messages can't turn you into a puppet, but they can shift the emotional weather inside your mind. A brief exposure to a smiling face can make you rate neutral objects more positively. Negative words flashed too quickly to read can make you feel uneasy without knowing why. These effects fade fast, but when multiplied across endless hours of exposure, they accumulate. The environment becomes a low frequency hum shaping mood and perception without overt coercion. The irony is that while people obsess over hidden commands, the real subliminal influence has always been right in front of them. It's in the background music in stores tuned to make you linger longer. It's in the tempo of film trailers engineered to spike adrenaline. It's in the phrasing of headlines crafted to elicit outrage first and reflection later. The message isn't buried in the frame. It's embedded in the emotion it creates. So yes, subliminal perception is real. The exaggerated myths of instant hypnosis are not. The real story is more subtle, more psychological, and arguably more dangerous. Because when influence hides in plain sight, in tone, rhythm, and repetition, you stop noticing it altogether. It doesn't need to flash for a millisecond to work. It just needs to live in your daily inputs, whispering beneath awareness, shaping what feels true, what feels familiar, what feels safe. And that's the quiet genius of it. Subliminal influence doesn't make you obey. It makes you agree. You think the thought was yours all along. Awareness breaks the spell the moment you start noticing the patterns, the associations, the emotions being subtly cued. The influence loses power. Conscious recognition is kryptonite to subliminal design, because once you see how suggestion works, it can't hide anymore. And when it can't hide, it can't control. Psychological conditioning through military drills. At first glance, military drills look like simple repetition. Lines of soldiers moving in perfect rhythm, shouting commands in unison, performing the same motions over and over until they become automatic. But beneath that surface of discipline and order lies something far deeper. Drills are not just about teaching coordination or physical readiness. They are psychological conditioning systems designed to reshape how a person thinks, reacts, and even perceives authority. The mind doesn't just learn the movements, it learns who it belongs to. It starts the moment a recruit arrives. The environment changes completely. Clothes, posture, language, even the way they stand. Every action is prescribed, every response measured. That loss of autonomy is intentional. It destabilizes the ego, breaking the old patterns of individuality to make space for a new identity: the unit, the team, the mission. The drill is the tool that forges that transformation, one command at a time. Each command follows a rhythm, order, reaction, correction, reward. It might sound mechanical, but that rhythm is psychological music. The brain begins to associate obedience with relief, accuracy with approval, and deviation with discomfort. Over time, the nervous system adapts. Soldiers don't think before acting, they respond. That's the purpose of the drill: to eliminate hesitation in moments where hesitation could mean death. But the same mechanism that saves lives in battle can also create automatic obedience beyond the battlefield. Military psychologists have long understood that repetition under stress rewires the mind. During drills, adrenaline and cortisol levels spike, but relief follows completion of the task. That alternating pattern of tension and release strengthens memory and solidifies behavior. It's classical conditioning on a large scale, turning abstract commands into instinctive actions. You don't decide to salute, march, or react. Your body does it for you. And that's exactly the goal, to synchronize the individual's nervous system with the chain of command. The ritual of the drill also creates emotional anchors. The cadence of boots, the chant of voices, the synchronized movement, all these elements fuse into a sensory experience that binds people together. It feels powerful, communal, even spiritual. That collective rhythm replaces uncertainty with belonging. You're no longer one person. You're part of something larger, moving in perfect alignment. It's intoxicating, and once that feeling becomes associated with obedience, the structure of control is complete. None of this is inherently malicious. Drills are essential for survival in chaos. In combat, there's no time to think. The body must act faster than the conscious mind. But the psychological cost is real autonomy gets traded for reflex. The more time someone spends inside that system, the harder it becomes to separate instinct from instruction. You learn to wait for orders even in situations that require independent thought. That's how conditioning works. It doesn't erase thought, it redirects it. Over time, repetition carves pathways in the brain. Neuroscience calls this neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to reorganize itself based on experience. Repeated actions strengthen specific neural connections, making them faster and more efficient. After thousands of drills, the pattern becomes embedded in the motor cortex and emotional memory. The command-response mechanism becomes part of your identity. You don't just follow orders. You feel right when you do. Drills also play a powerful role in emotional regulation. They teach suppression. Pain, fear, hesitation, all get buried under rhythm and repetition. The soldier learns to channel emotion into action, to use motion as control. On the surface, it looks like discipline. Beneath it, it's conditioning the nervous system to equate movement with safety, stillness with vulnerability. That's why veterans often struggle to adjust after service. Civilian life lacks the structure their bodies have been trained to depend on. The absence of command feels like disorder. Every element of the drill has psychological intent. The shouted cadence isn't just for coordination. It synchronizes breathing and pace, aligning heart rates across a group. The uniform isn't just clothing. It erases individuality and reinforces shared identity. The mirrored movements, left, right, turn, halt, create a feedback loop between body and authority. When everyone moves as one, the group becomes an extension of command itself. That unity is powerful, but it also makes dissent feel unnatural, almost painful. What makes military drills so effective is how they exploit the brain's natural learning systems. Humans learn best through rhythm, repetition, and reward. The same mechanisms used in music, dance, and ritual. Drills borrow that structure, but direct it toward obedience. Over time, the repetition dulls resistance and sharpens reaction. You don't question the system, you become it. Outside the military, echoes of this conditioning appear everywhere. In sports teams, corporate training, even social media trends. Repetition and synchronization create belonging, and belonging creates compliance. Once a group moves in rhythm, it's easy to guide them. The method is ancient, but it remains one of the most efficient ways to program human behavior. Breaking that conditioning, if you've lived inside it, requires time and awareness. You have to relearn stillness to separate who you are from the rhythm you were trained to obey. The good news is that neuroplasticity works both ways. Just as repetition built the reflex, conscious reflection can unbuild it. Awareness rewires the brain back toward autonomy. The drill, at its core, is a mirror of the human mind, disciplined, rhythmic, reactive, capable of incredible coordination and destruction alike. It shows how behavior can be engineered, how loyalty can be trained, and how easily instinct can be shaped by structure. The next time you watch a formation move in perfect sync, remember that precision is more than skill. It's psychology in motion. It's the visible rhythm of control. Controlled information exposure and censorship. It doesn't start with someone telling you what to think. It starts with someone deciding what you get to see. Controlled information exposure. It sounds sterile, almost bureaucratic, but it's one of the most powerful psychological conditioning tools ever created. Because when you control what people see, you don't have to control what they believe. Beliefs form naturally when reality itself is filtered. In every era, power has rested on one thing: narrative control. Empires once did it through religion and decrees. Modern systems do it through algorithms, media framing, and information flow. It's the same principle with updated tools. The idea isn't to silence everyone outright. It's to shape the boundaries of acceptable thought so precisely that most people never realize they're being guided. Here's how it works. Your mind, like every mind, builds its model of the world from the information it consumes. If that stream is limited, curated, or distorted, your perception of reality bends without resistance. You'll argue passionately for ideas that were preselected for you. You'll reject others not because they're wrong, but because you never fully saw them. The brain's most dangerous bias, the illusion of completeness, convinces you that what you know is the whole picture. That's how control becomes invisible. In psychology, this is called information asymmetry. One side holds more data, more context, more perspective. The other side operates inside the illusion that they're informed. The power gap grows silently. It's not censorship through force, it's persuasion through omission. You don't notice what's missing because the human brain doesn't register absence. It registers presence. What you see becomes what you think exists. Governments and corporations both understand this. Controlled information exposure isn't always malicious. It's often justified as protection, shielding citizens from harm, misinformation, or panic. But the line between protection and manipulation is razor thin. Once the ability to restrict information exists, it's only a matter of time before it's used to preserve power, not truth. Consider how social media feeds operate. Algorithms learn what you engage with, then reinforce it, not because they want to censor you, but because outrage, fear, and affirmation keep you scrolling. Over time, your world shrinks. The same topics repeat, the same opinions echo. What was once a tool for diversity of thought becomes a psychological bubble, a personalized version of censorship disguised as convenience. This is where emotional conditioning begins. Each time your feed confirms your viewpoint, your brain releases a small dose of dopamine. You feel validated. Opposing ideas trigger discomfort. Cortisol, the stress hormone, spikes, so you avoid them. Without realizing it, you've been trained to self-censor, to stay inside the lines drawn by data. That's the genius of modern control. People curate their own cages. Historically, censorship used to mean redacted books and silenced voices. Today, It's far more elegant. It's in the framing of headlines, the selective outrage of news cycles, the emphasis on one narrative over another. Two events happen, one becomes a global headline, the other vanishes into obscurity. That absence is the censorship, not a blackout, a blind spot. And blind spots shape societies faster than lies ever could. When information is controlled, people start to equate silence with truth. If no one's talking about it, they assume it must not matter. Psychologists call this availability bias, the tendency to judge importance based on how easily something comes to mind. So if only certain stories are repeated, they become real. Everything else fades into unreality. That's how entire populations can be steered without realizing the steering is happening. The military has long used this principle in psychological operations, limiting the flow of information to enemy forces or the public to control morale, perception, and trust. But in the modern world, the battlefield is the internet, and every citizen is both target and participant. The goal is no longer to suppress data. It's to flood you with so much selective noise that truth becomes impossible to isolate. Confusion becomes compliance. And it's not just top-down control. Each share, each like, each click feeds the system that decides what spreads and what sinks. In that sense, every user becomes part of the censorship mechanism. The algorithms simply amplify what we already reward: outrage, fear, tribal validation. The control isn't enforced by an iron hand, it's enforced by collective habit. This is where psychological conditioning takes root most effectively. When you're constantly exposed to curated information, your emotional responses become predictable. You're trained to react on cue: anger at this topic, compassion at that one, silence when instructed by omission. Over time, your feelings no longer align with your reasoning. They align with the data you're shown. That's not accident, that's design. Controlled information exposure exploits one of the mind's oldest instincts: pattern trust. When your environment presents consistent cues, your brain assumes those cues reflect truth. It stops questioning. You accept the pattern as reality because breaking it feels unsafe. That's why censorship works best when it doesn't feel like censorship at all, when it feels like clarity. But awareness changes everything. Once you realize that every piece of information you see has been filtered, weighted, and placed, you start to question the unseen hands behind it. You start to search for silence, to ask what isn't being shown and why. That question alone breaks the spell. Because the moment you notice the pattern, the conditioning loses power. Information control isn't just about hiding truth. It's about shaping perception until you no longer look for it. But the antidote is simple: curiosity. Curiosity cuts through filters, breaks algorithms, and restores agency. It turns passive consumption into active awareness. And once you reclaim that, censorship, no matter how subtle, can't contain you anymore. The ultimate form of control isn't telling people lies. It's limiting the truth so quietly that they never realize there was more to find. False choice and limited option framing. It's one of the most subtle and effective mind traps ever invented. The illusion of choice. You feel free because you're choosing, but the truth is your options were already decided for you. That's what false choice and limited option framing really are. They don't remove your freedom outright. They shrink it until the cage looks like a field. And because you're the one making the decision, you don't even realize the manipulation. You think you're in control, but the control is in the framing. The human brain loves simplicity. Faced with uncertainty, it craves structure, boundaries, and clear paths. That's why offering 2 or 3 neat options works so well. It satisfies the illusion of autonomy while quietly defining the limits of your world. You think, I'm deciding. But really, someone else already decided what you're deciding between. That's the sleight of hand. Not removing choice, but narrowing it until it becomes predictable. You see it everywhere. In politics, you're told you have 2 sides, left or right, red or blue, as if the complexity of human belief can be compressed into a binary menu. In consumer culture, you're offered 3 versions of the same product: basic, premium, elite, designed so that the middle feels safe, the expensive feels aspirational, and the cheap feels shameful. It's psychological framing disguised as freedom. The same trick that sells coffee sizes also shapes ideologies. Psychologists call this the decoy effect. When one option is deliberately designed to make another seem more appealing, you're not choosing what you want. You're choosing what they want you to want. That's why you'll see a bad deal sitting next to a good deal. The bad one isn't there to be chosen. It's there to make the other feel irresistible. You're not being forced, but you're being guided, a puppet pulling its own strings. The deeper mechanism behind this is called bounded rationality. Human decision-making has limits. Limits of time, attention, and energy. Most people won't explore every possibility. They'll choose from what's visible. Whoever controls what's visible controls the outcome. That's why the illusion of choice is so powerful. It works not by coercion, but by design. And because the design feels natural, you rarely notice it. This conditioning begins early. Schools teach you what questions to ask and which answers are acceptable. Careers are presented like preset tracks: doctor, lawyer, engineer. Paths already paved, not invented. Even personal identity gets boxed in: pick a label, a side, a category. The mind learns to find comfort inside constraints. You stop wondering what's outside the list because you're too busy choosing from it. The military uses this same structure in command systems. You don't choose whether to act, only how to act within given orders. Marketing uses it in consumer behavior. You don't choose whether to spend, only which version to buy. Politics uses it in mass persuasion. You don't choose whether to support the system, only which flavor of it feels less corrupt. The method is universal. Define the boundaries, then let people argue inside them. And the genius of it is emotional. Each limited choice comes with built-in identity reinforcement. When you pick a side or product, you feel ownership. That sense of commitment makes you defend your decision, even if it was never truly yours. This is cognitive dissonance reduction in action. Once you've chosen, your brain rationalizes it to protect your ego. You'll justify the limited choice as freedom, because admitting manipulation feels like weakness. You can even see this on a cultural level. Nations, religions, corporations, all maintain loyalty through controlled choice systems. You're given just enough room to feel independent, but never enough to threaten the structure itself. It's like a sandbox with invisible walls. You can move anywhere inside, but step too close to the edge and you hit resistance. That's why people who question the frame often get labeled as extremists or conspiracists. The system defends itself by protecting the illusion. There's also a neurological side to this. When you make a choice, your brain releases dopamine. It feels rewarding, even if the choice is meaningless. Experiments show that people prefer some choice over none, even when the outcome doesn't change. This craving for agency is what manipulators exploit. They don't need to take away your control. They just need to feed you a counterfeit version of it. False choice works best when wrapped in urgency or fear. The fewer the options, the faster you decide. Fear compresses thought. It makes binary logic feel safe. That's why crises, political, economic, or emotional, are fertile ground for limited option framing. You're either with us or against us. You either comply or you're unsafe. You either act now or lose everything. Those statements are emotional cages. They silence complexity by weaponizing instinct. But once you see the structure, it becomes almost laughably transparent. Every time you're offered two extremes, ask yourself, what's missing in between? Every time you're told, these are your choices, wonder, who decided that? Awareness expands the frame. It exposes the manipulation not by rejecting choice, but by creating more of it. Real freedom isn't choosing between A and B. It's realizing there's a C that was never mentioned, and a D that breaks the frame entirely. It's understanding that every system built on limited options depends on your obedience to the menu. The moment you stop ordering from it, the illusion collapses. The real rebellion isn't loud. It's quiet curiosity. The refusal to accept that the visible list is the full map. Because once you start looking beyond what's presented, you stop being predictable. And when you stop being predictable, control loses its grip. That's the truth behind false choice. It doesn't control what you decide. It controls what you think you can decide. And once you see that, you'll never look at a simple yes or no question the same way again. Confession engineering sequences. It never begins with a demand. It begins with an invitation, a question, a gesture, a subtle lowering of the guard. Confession engineering isn't about truth. It's about control through disclosure. When someone tells you their secret, they're not just giving you information. They're giving you leverage. The military, intelligence agencies, and interrogation experts have refined this into an exact science. How to make people want to confess even when they swore they never would. The art of extracting truth is rarely about torture or force. It's about building the right emotional sequence. The interrogator doesn't rush, they guide. Every stage, from silence to surrender, follows a psychological rhythm designed to shift control from the subject's mind to the handler's. And it always begins the same way: create connection, then create pressure, then create relief. Connection comes first because no one confesses to an enemy. The interrogator starts with empathy, mirroring posture, tone, even breathing patterns. This is called report alignment. When two nervous systems sync, trust begins to form, even under duress. The subject's brain releases small doses of oxytocin, the same bonding chemical that drives friendship and intimacy. The body feels safe before the mind realizes what's happening. Once that bond forms, resistance weakens, not through fear, but through belonging. Then comes the subtle break. The interrogator introduces doubt, not about facts, but about self. Questions start circling inconsistencies, moral angles, emotional triggers. Guilt and confusion begin to mix. The brain hates unresolved tension, so it seeks relief through honesty, even when honesty hurts. This is where cognitive dissonance does the heavy lifting. When someone's actions and self-image conflict, the discomfort can become unbearable. Confession becomes a way to reconcile identity. Skilled interrogators don't demand the truth. They make silence unbearable. They let pauses linger, just long enough for the mind to start filling them. They use tone, not threats, to create emotional gravity. The subject begins to talk. First small details, then rationalizations, then the core truth. Each word becomes a release valve, a moment of chemical relief. The brain floods with dopamine and endorphins as it unloads. That's the trap. Confession feels good. It feels cleansing. The subject thinks they're taking control by speaking. But in reality, the sequence is controlling them. This pattern is called elicitation by relief. The interrogator alternates tension and comfort, building dependency on the listener for emotional balance. It's like pushing someone underwater, then pulling them up for air. Soon, they'll do anything for that breath of release, even confess. In military programs, this method is often broken into stages. The isolation phase removes distractions and support, increasing sensitivity to emotional cues. The dependency phase introduces kindness, meals, small comforts, human contact. The subject starts to associate obedience with relief. Finally, the extraction phase uses a blend of fatigue, empathy, and repetition to wear down psychological defenses. By the time the confession comes, it doesn't feel forced. It feels voluntary. The brilliance and danger of confession engineering is that it uses human nature, not cruelty. Everyone craves to be understood. Everyone wants their pain acknowledged. When the interrogator mirrors that desire, the subject sees an ally instead of an adversary. They want to explain themselves. They want to make sense of what happened, and in that moment of vulnerability, the line between relief and revelation blurs. The same techniques show up outside interrogation rooms too. In corporate negotiations, therapy gone wrong, even social media. Think about how often apps ask you to share your story, how confession has become entertainment. Oversharing feels empowering, but it builds a psychological profile that can be exploited. Every confession, whether emotional or factual, is data, and data is control. In marketing and politics, confession sequences are engineered through storytelling. First, they make you feel seen. Then, they remind you of your flaws or fears. Finally, they offer absolution through a product, a belief, or a brand. The structure is identical: connection, pressure, relief. You reveal your vulnerabilities willingly, thinking it's authenticity when it's actually calibration. Here's the deeper truth. Confession isn't just about telling secrets. It's about surrendering emotional territory. Once someone knows what you fear, what you regret, or what you crave forgiveness for, they can predict your behavior. They can frame arguments around guilt, redemption, or validation. Confession doesn't only reveal the past, it programs the future. Psychologically, every confession rewires the relationship between speaker and listener. The listener becomes the confessor, the one with symbolic power. Even if they never use that power directly, the dynamic shifts. You begin to measure your words, to seek approval, to maintain that fragile peace you created by revealing yourself. It's the softest form of control, invisible, emotional, permanent. In advanced interrogation theory, there's something called controlled confession looping. After a subject confesses, the interrogator revisits the story repeatedly, altering small details, encouraging corrections, reshaping memory itself. Over time, the subject begins to adopt the engineered version of their own story. They internalize the narrative crafted for them. That's when conditioning completes. The confession doesn't just come from them, it changes them. It's not hard to see echoes of that in everyday life. Every time you rewrite your story to fit a social expectation, Every time you confess online for validation, you're participating in a softer form of this process. The world trains you to expose yourself, emotionally, morally, personally, under the illusion of connection. Each disclosure makes you easier to map, easier to steer. The irony is that humans confess to feel free. But the more we reveal, the more predictable we become. Real freedom isn't in exposure, it's in discernment. Knowing when to share, what to hold, and who has earned your truth. Because the moment someone engineers your confession, your secrets stop belonging to you. Confession feels like cleansing, but engineered confession, that's programming. And once you've spoken what they wanted you to say, you'll spend years believing it was your idea all along. Operant conditioning and reinforcement loop. It's easy to believe you make choices because you want to, that your habits, routines, and reactions come from free will. But behind the curtain, a silent system is shaping them, reward by reward, cue by cue. This is operant conditioning, the psychological engine behind obedience, motivation, and manipulation alike. It's the science of training behavior through consequences. And once you understand how it works, you start to see it everywhere, in classrooms, in militaries, in marketing, and on every glowing screen that keeps you scrolling long after you meant to stop. It began as a lab experiment. In the 1930s, psychologist B.F. Skinner placed rats and pigeons in small boxes fitted with levers, lights, and food dispensers. When the animal pressed a lever, food appeared. Behavior followed reward. But when the food stopped coming, the animal pressed harder, faster, desperate to trigger the outcome again. Skinner called this a reinforcement schedule, and it revealed something profound. It wasn't the reward itself that conditioned behavior. It was the uncertainty of it. When rewards are predictable, interest fades. But when they're random, when the next win might come after one try or 100, the brain enters a feedback loop of anticipation and craving. This is called variable reinforcement, and it's one of the most powerful psychological forces ever discovered. Casinos built fortunes on it. Social media built empires. The human brain, wired for pattern detection, becomes addicted to unpredictability. You check the phone again, the inbox again, the feed again. Maybe this time there's a hit of pleasure waiting. Each of those tiny hits releases dopamine, the brain's chemical of motivation. Dopamine isn't the chemical of happiness. It's the chemical of seeking. It doesn't reward you for having the cookie. It rewards you for wanting the cookie. That's what keeps you pressing the lever. Metaphorically speaking, every app, every notification, every flashing badge on your screen exploits that system. You're not chasing pleasure. You're chasing possibility. That's how operant conditioning became digital. In military training, operant conditioning serves a different purpose: precision and obedience. Every correct movement earns approval. A nod, a shout, a moment of recognition. Every mistake earns punishment: push-ups, silence, humiliation. Over time, the soldier's brain learns to link discipline with safety, disobedience with pain. The nervous system becomes the leash. It's not that they stop thinking. It's that thinking feels dangerous. Conditioning has done its work. The same loop appears in schools and workplaces. Good grades, bonuses, promotions, all rewards tied to compliance. Question authority, break the pattern, and the system withdraws its approval. This isn't always intentional manipulation. It's efficiency. Conditioning streamlines behavior. It makes systems predictable. But predictability is control. The psychological foundation is simple behaviors followed by rewards are strengthened. Behaviors followed by punishment are weakened. The brilliance and danger lies in how those consequences are delivered. A skilled manipulator doesn't need to punish harshly. They only need to withhold reward. Silence can be more powerful than anger. Approval can be more intoxicating than money. Because at the biological level, your brain treats social validation like survival. It's an ancient instinct. Belonging meant safety, rejection meant death. So when society doles out likes, praise, or acceptance, it's training you in the same way Skinner's pigeons were trained: perform, receive, repeat. And then there's the feedback loop, the part most people never notice. Every time you respond to a cue and receive a reward, your brain strengthens the pathway between stimulus and response. Over time, the loop becomes self-sustaining. The cue triggers anticipation, anticipation triggers action, and action triggers momentary satisfaction, enough to reinforce the cycle. That's why habits feel automatic. You're not consciously deciding, you're following neurological grooves carved by repetition and reward. The most dangerous reinforcement loops are the ones tied to emotion, especially fear and hope. News feeds alternate panic and relief, outrage and validation, keeping the nervous system in a constant cycle of tension and release. That pattern conditions the public, just like Skinner's rats. Push the lever of outrage, get the pellet of belonging. Stop reacting, and you fall out of the social reward cycle. The brain, starved for dopamine and connection, crawls back. Marketers learned this decades ago. Loyalty programs, social badges, streaks, achievements, all modern reinforcement systems. They don't sell products, they sell the loop itself. The consumer keeps returning not for the item, but for the feeling of progress. The same technique powers fitness apps, dating platforms, and even news alerts. Each one plays the same psychological melody cue: action, reward, repeat. Here's where it becomes insidious. Punishment can reinforce behavior too, if it still delivers attention. That's why outrage spreads faster than positivity online. Even negative feedback keeps the loop alive. The brain doesn't care if the stimulus is pleasant or painful, only that it's stimulating. Attention itself becomes the reward. That's why entire digital ecosystems now thrive on conflict. Anger is engagement, and engagement is profit. But the cruelest part of operant conditioning isn't external. It's internal. Over time, people start conditioning themselves. You learn to self-punish when you fail, to self-reward when you comply. The system no longer needs to control you directly. It only needs to have trained you well enough that you'll run the loop on your own. That's how conditioning becomes identity. The way out isn't easy, but it's possible. The first step is recognition, seeing the pattern instead of reacting inside it. The moment you notice a cue, a notification, a headline, a craving, pause. Ask, what reward am I expecting? Who benefits if I act? That gap between stimulus and response is the crack in the loop. Widen it and the conditioning weakens. Operant conditioning built armies, industries, and entire digital cultures. It's efficient, invisible, and profoundly human. But awareness rewires everything. Because once you understand the loop, you stop being the subject pressing the lever. You start being the observer watching it happen. And that's the real shift. When the experiment ends and the conditioning no longer owns you. Emotional regression induction. You ever notice how under enough stress, people start acting like kids again? Voices go higher, tempers flare, logic disappears. That isn't weakness, it's design. Emotional regression induction is the deliberate triggering of that process used in military interrogations, cult indoctrination, and high-pressure conditioning programs. The goal is simple: strip away the adult mind, the one that questions, resists, analyzes, and drag someone back to the emotional state where they'll obey, attach, and trust. It's not mind reading. It's regression turning a grown, critical brain into a scared, compliant child. The first step is overload. Too much noise, too little rest, unpredictable authority. The adult mind thrives on control and context. It wants to make sense of things. But when everything becomes chaotic, when the rules change moment to moment, logic shuts down. The nervous system panics, heart rate spikes, cortisol floods, adrenaline surges, and suddenly, the prefrontal cortex, the rational decision maker, goes offline. What takes over is the limbic system, the emotional brain, the one built to survive, not to think. In that state, something strange happens. The person begins to reach for safety, not in facts, but in figures. They look for someone to guide them, to soothe them, to make the chaos stop. That's when the manipulator steps in as the savior. This is the foundation of regression: create fear, then offer comfort. The comforter becomes the parent, the subject becomes the child, and once that emotional dependency locks in, control becomes effortless. Think about boot camps, cult initiations, or even certain types of therapy. The process is almost identical. First, break down the individual's sense of self through exhaustion, humiliation, or confusion. Then, rebuild their stability around a new authority figure. That's regression in practice. The old self dissolves, a new one forms under guidance. It feels like rebirth, but it's actually rewiring. In psychological terms, this process mirrors attachment regression. When a person experiences extreme stress or fear, their mind unconsciously reverts to early coping mechanisms. They seek approval, reassurance, and structure. Their emotional vocabulary simplifies, from complex reasoning to binary thinking: safe or unsafe, right or wrong, good or bad. That binary mindset is fertile ground for manipulation. Once the subject feels dependent, they'll accept almost any command that promises security. Here's how it's often engineered step by step. First, isolation. Remove familiar cues, comfort items, even clothing. The environment becomes unpredictable. Second, confusion. Change schedules, alter expectations, contradict instructions. The subject's confidence in their own judgment erodes. Third, regression triggers. These can be soft voices, lullabies, repetitive commands, or forced vulnerability. The subject's posture shifts, their tone softens, and their eyes search for approval. The manipulator reinforces this behavior with warmth and attention. That warmth is the leash. Once the subject reaches that childlike state, obedience becomes emotional, not logical. They don't follow orders because they agree. They follow because they fear disappointing the one who cares for them. This is called dependency conditioning. It's been used in prisoner of war camps, psychological warfare, and cult recruitment for decades. And it works frighteningly well because it hijacks the deepest human need, the need for connection. The terrifying part is how quickly it can happen. Under prolonged stress or deprivation, even highly trained adults can regress in a matter of days. Soldiers, executives, entire groups, all broken down the same way. The military studied this extensively after observing prisoners of war who developed intense loyalty toward their captors. The pattern was always the same: trauma, comfort, obedience, identification. Regression wasn't a side effect. It was the goal. In civilian life, You can see gentler versions of this everywhere. High-pressure workplaces that infantilize employees with constant evaluation. Relationships where one partner dominates by alternating anger and affection. Even certain media tactics that bombard audiences with fear, then promise safety through authority figures. Each cycle subtly pushes emotional maturity backward, replacing self-trust with dependency. One of the strongest indicators of regression is language. Adults under normal stress use complex, abstract phrasing. Under emotional regression, speech becomes simplified. Shorter sentences, childlike metaphors, reliance on, need, and want, instead of think and believe. The person's emotional state literally changes their vocabulary. Manipulators notice this instantly. They start using parental tones, comforting nicknames, or good job phrases to reinforce the child role. The subject doesn't even notice it happening. There's also the ritual element, repeated behaviors that reinforce safety and authority. Standing at attention, group chants, synchronized movements. These aren't just for unity. They're regression tools. They reduce individuality, increase predictability, and return the participant to the mindset of following, not leading. In psychological terms, rituals create ego boundaries collapse. Once that boundary dissolves, the subject stops distinguishing between their will and the leader's. What makes this technique so dangerous is how natural it feels. Regression doesn't feel like control. It feels like relief. When someone says, "You don't have to think anymore, just trust me," part of the mind exhales. The weight of responsibility disappears. The manipulator becomes the source of safety, and the subject will defend that bond even against evidence of manipulation. That's why regressed individuals often protect their controllers. It's not logic, it's attachment. Breaking free requires more than awareness. It requires rebuilding self-trust. The adult mind must relearn how to soothe itself, how to make decisions without external validation. It means facing fear without seeking a parental figure to remove it. Most people never get that far because regression feels easier. It feels like love, like guidance, like home. That's the trap. You can see this in modern culture too. Leaders presenting themselves as saviors, brands talking like caretakers, systems treating citizens like children who can't handle the truth. It's emotional regression on a societal scale. The more helpless people feel, the more they crave someone to fix it for them. The more they crave that, the easier it is to control them. Emotional regression induction isn't about erasing intelligence. It's about rerouting it. You can be brilliant and still regress under pressure if the conditions are right. All it takes is exhaustion, confusion, and a carefully timed offer of comfort. That's when the adult disappears, and the obedient child takes the wheel. The mind doesn't just break, it retreats. And if someone else is waiting there with open arms, they won't need to chain you. You'll walk right into their arms, grateful for the safety they engineered you to crave. Biofeedback and neurological monitoring. Imagine a machine that listens to your emotions before you even speak. A device that knows when you're scared, when you're lying, when you're resisting, not because it reads your mind, but because it reads your body. That's the promise and the threat of biofeedback and neurological monitoring. On paper, it sounds clinical, even therapeutic. Sensors tracking heart rate, brainwaves, skin temperature, and muscle tension to help people control stress or anxiety. But under the surface lies something far more potent, a system that doesn't just observe your inner state. It can train it, shape it, and sometimes weaponize it. The foundation is simple biology. Every thought and emotion leaves a physical footprint. Fear spikes your pulse. Calm slows your breath. Concentration produces specific brainwave patterns, usually mid-range beta frequencies, while relaxation drifts toward alpha and theta. Biofeedback takes those invisible processes and translates them into visible signals, a graph, a tone, a light. You learn to watch your own nervous system in real time, to literally see your stress, your focus, your control. Over time, with feedback and practice, you can change those patterns voluntarily. That's the empowering version, the one taught in therapy rooms and mindfulness clinics. But the same mechanism that helps people heal can be reversed to condition them. Because if you can see someone's inner state, you can also manipulate it. Imagine a screen tracking a soldier's stress response during interrogation training. The moment their anxiety spikes, the system detects it. The trainer knows exactly which words, tones, or triggers hit hardest. They can refine their approach with machine precision, pushing the subject's limits while appearing almost psychic. That's not mind reading. That's neuro-responsive conditioning. This isn't science fiction. Biofeedback has been used in military and intelligence experiments since the Cold War. Programs studied how to train operatives to control pain, suppress fear, and maintain composure under threat. But others focused on the inverse: how to break that composure. When you combine neurological monitoring with environmental stressors, you get a closed feedback loop of control. Every breath, blink, and tremor becomes data. Every data point becomes leverage. The real leap came with brainwave monitoring, electroencephalography or EEG. Electrodes placed on the scalp measure electrical activity from different brain regions. In basic form, it looks like wavy lines on a screen, but with the right analysis, those waves reveal attention, fatigue, emotion, even deception. Early lie detection systems tried to approximate this using heart rate and perspiration. EEG took it a step further, reading mental states directly. Not thoughts, but moods, impulses, readiness. That's all a skilled manipulator needs. Think about it like this: when someone knows exactly when you're losing confidence, when you're about to give in, when your anger peaks, they can time their influence perfectly. They can speak when you're most receptive, stay silent when you're defensive, and reward compliance the instant your brain signals submission. That's biofeedback turned into behavioral engineering. Now, add conditioning. Suppose every time your stress rises during a task, the system emits a soothing tone, rewarding calmness. Eventually, your brain associates that tone with safety. The manipulator can then reverse the process, remove the tone to induce discomfort, or play it to lull you into compliance. That's classical conditioning fused with real-time neurological feedback. In other words, the system doesn't just measure your reactions, it creates them. Modern technology has made this almost invisible. Wristbands, headsets, even earbuds can now track biometrics, pulse, oxygen, skin conductance, eye movement. The data flows into algorithms that map your emotional landscape like a fingerprint. Some wellness apps claim they can optimize your mood. Some workplace systems track employee focus to improve productivity. But the same information could reveal who's anxious about an order, who disagrees silently, who's about to burn out. Control moves from authority to algorithm, and the subject never feels the hand guiding them. Neurological monitoring works best when paired with feedback loops. Subtle changes in light, sound, or temperature that shift the nervous system without conscious notice. This is called neuroadaptive influence. For example, if your stress rises, the lighting might soften, the voice tone in a recording might slow, the background music might shift to lower frequencies, all creating an illusion of comfort while the system watches your compliance. You think you're calming yourself, but you're being calmed. In training programs, biofeedback can be both liberation and leash. Soldiers learn to lower heart rates to avoid panic. Pilots train to maintain composure under extreme pressure. But in covert applications, biofeedback reveals something more dangerous: predictive vulnerability. Once a system knows your physiological patterns, what triggers fear, what builds trust, what signals doubt, it can forecast your breaking point. And once that's known, every interaction becomes a step toward it. The ethics of this technology are slippery. On one side, it offers breakthroughs in trauma therapy, meditation, and mental resilience. On the other, it opens the door to perfect psychological manipulation. Persuasion that feels organic, emotional, and entirely your own idea. Imagine a conversation where the tone and pace adapt to your brainwaves in real time, nudging you toward agreement without you realizing it. That's not hypnosis. That's algorithmic empathy turned into influence. Even in daily life, the seeds of this are already planted. Smart devices that track sleep, heart rate, and stress promise to help you know yourself better. But every pulse recorded, every emotional fluctuation logged, is also data. Data that can be interpreted, sold, or fed into predictive systems. The same pattern that tells your smartwatch you're anxious could tell a system when you're most persuadable. That's the quiet evolution from self-improvement to surveillance. And here's the chilling truth. Once control becomes physiological, resistance becomes emotional, not logical. You can't argue your way out of a body that's being subtly tuned. You can only notice, breathe, and reclaim awareness before your reactions become reflexes engineered by someone else's feedback loop. Biofeedback began as a mirror, a way to look inside and understand yourself. But mirrors can reflect both ways. When someone else holds that mirror and watches your reflection, every flicker of emotion becomes instruction. And in the wrong hands, knowing your nervous system isn't just insight. It's ownership. Cognitive bias exploitation. They do not need to drag you into a bunker to control you. They just need to arrange the facts so your brain does the rest. Cognitive bias exploitation is the art of arranging choices, noises, and narratives around the way your mind naturally shortcuts reality, then letting those shortcuts steer you toward decisions that feel inevitable. It is intimate and personal because it hijacks the tiny unconscious rules you use to get through the day. Think about confirmation bias. We see evidence that fits our story and edit out the rest. That is not stupidity. It is efficiency. The brain conserves energy by favoring familiar patterns. Now imagine an industry that floods you with confirming signals. The internet, social feeds, friends who agree, headlines that echo your beliefs. Over time, you stop seeing alternatives. Availability bias is the next lever. You judge risk by how easily examples come to mind. Dramatic, repeated events feel common. Repeat a rare event with intensity and people will act like it is tomorrow's reality. Panic becomes policy. Fear becomes subscription revenue. Anchoring is tidy and powerful. The first number or frame you hear anchors your thinking. If the negotiator opens with an outrageous price, your brain uses that as a reference, and everything seems reasonable after. In politics, the anchor is often the first narrative deployed. Once a reference point is set, updating it requires effort, and effort is costly. Authority bias is simple humans deferring to perceived expertise. Lab coats, podiums, verified badges, a tone of certainty all carry weight. Weaponize that symbol, and you can guide millions without arguing a single point. Framing and loss aversion bend emotion before logic. Present the same fact as loss, and it feels larger than when framed as gain. That flip is visceral and predictable. Messaging experts design stories to trigger feeling first, then justification follows. Social proof and the bandwagon glue people together. If everyone seems to act one way, your nervous system relaxes. Display enough likes, shares, or imagined consensus, and individual judgment melts into group momentum. Unanimity is persuasive even when it is manufactured. Sunk cost traps loyalty with inertia. Invest time, money, or identity, and people defend the past to avoid feeling wrong. Cults use it. Businesses use it. The brain hates admitting error because that admission feels like a personal loss. Underpinning all of this is the split between automatic and reflective thinking. System 1 runs on speed, pattern, and emotion. System 2 asks hard questions and consumes energy. Manipulation aims to keep you in System 1, reacting to cues, not reflecting. The defense is simple at the idea level. Create pauses where System 2 can wake up. These tricks are not always sinister in isolation. A health alert saves lives. Advertising introduces options. But when incentives align to favor engagement, simplicity, and reactivity, the environment becomes engineered for bias exploitation. Platforms profit from outrage loops. Marketers shorten deliberation. Politicians prioritize emotional frames. The result is culture optimized for reaction. You already live these patterns. A scare headline followed by a product ad, a repeated sound bite across outlets, an influencer with apparent expertise recommending a stance, while dissent is filtered out, a sale anchored by a crossed-out number. None require force. They require structure and repetition tuned to predictable cognitive blind spots. I once watched a friend pour savings into a product that promised urgency and exclusivity. The anchor was a limited window. The social proof was constant testimonials. The authority was a sleek host with credentials. Each bias pulled in a different direction, and together they removed the ability to pause. She told herself she chose freely. She did not. The ecosystem shaped the decision and then offered praise when it went well and excuses when it did not. That pattern repeats in politics, markets, and relationships. Tiny nudges aggregate into massive shifts. Each biased nudge pushes a psychological lever. Accumulate enough pushes and norms, markets, and identities shift. People start defending systems that once tricked them. They call conditioning choice and recruit others into the loop. Exploitation scales because human minds are similar enough to be patterned. The hopeful part is practical. Biases are adaptive heuristics. Awareness does not delete them, it reframes them. The moment you name the bias you feel, you create cognitive distance. Pause before you share. Ask what pattern this message tightens. Imagine a different anchor. Consider what examples are missing. Ask who benefits if you react immediately. Small acts like delaying a click for 30 seconds, checking an alternative source, or asking one skeptical question all recruit System 2 and break the pattern. Cognitive bias exploitation is not a conspiracy so much as a predictable outcome when incentives meet human shortcuts. Recognize the patterns, slow the rhythm, and you reclaim the space between stimulus and reaction. That space is where real choice lives. Tighten it often enough, and the predictable patterns of influence stop running you. Start there, and your thinking quietly becomes your own again. Controlled environments and sensory architecture. Walk into a space that hums just right, not too bright, not too quiet, not too cold. You feel calm, open, maybe even trusting, and you have no idea why. That is not accident. That is sensory architecture, the deliberate design of an environment to guide behavior and emotion. When paired with psychological control tactics, it becomes a silent weapon. Controlled environments don't force obedience, they engineer it through the senses. Every environment talks to your nervous system before it ever talks to your mind. Light, sound, texture, spacing, they all send messages your body decodes faster than thought. The military, intelligence agencies, and even corporate designers have studied how these cues influence compliance, focus, and vulnerability. The lesson is simple: control the sensory field, and you control the emotional baseline of everyone inside it. Start with light. Bright white light sharpens awareness and heightens anxiety. Warm, dim light softens defenses. Interrogation rooms are usually harshly lit, often with a single overhead bulb. It disorients the eyes, drains color from faces, and isolates the subject. The nervous system interprets that as exposure, a primitive fear of being seen and judged. That fear makes people talk faster and agree quicker, just to escape discomfort. By contrast, recruitment centers and corporate lobbies use warm amber tones. They trigger the opposite: safety, belonging, relaxation. Two different goals, one principle: light as emotional language. Then sound. Silence can be unbearable, but constant noise is worse. Military prisons have used both: looping static, machinery hums, irregular knocks in the distance. These aren't random. They disrupt sleep cycles and time perception. When you can't track rhythm or pattern, your brain loses its anchor. Confusion becomes compliance. On the other side of the spectrum, retail and training environments use rhythmic background music at specific beats per minute to synchronize heart rate and pace. The body literally entrains to the environment. That's sensory guidance disguised as atmosphere. Temperature and airflow are subtler but powerful. Slight cold heightens vigilance, warmth lowers it. Even a 3-degree shift can change attention and aggression levels. Controlled environments use this to modulate resistance. Interrogators will cool a room during questioning to sharpen discomfort, then raise the temperature during confession to induce relief. It feels like mercy, but it's conditioning. Smell is the oldest sense tied to memory and emotion. Certain scents, vanilla, sandalwood, citrus, can lower cortisol and raise trust hormones. Corporations spend fortunes diffusing brand-specific scents in stores and offices. The military studied the inverse, using sterile, metallic, or decaying odors to reinforce fear and unease in captivity scenarios. The goal is always association. Attach a smell to a feeling, and the brain will follow that cue even years later. Spatial layout matters too. Narrow corridors create anxiety and speed movement. Open spaces with high ceilings encourage conversation and creativity. Environments that want control often eliminate corners, mirrors, or escape routes. There's a reason interrogation rooms have one door and a single visible clock. Every element keeps focus on authority and passage of time. Hospitals, schools, and military bases often use identical hallway patterns for predictability. It's easier to manage people who move along predictable paths. Now layer these sensory cues together. Light, sound, temperature, smell, and space form an invisible psychological grid. Change one variable and mood shifts. Change several, and you can induce regression, compliance, or calm. A controlled environment isn't only physical, it's emotional architecture. The goal is not to restrain bodies, but to steer nervous systems. Here's the subtle brilliance. When done well, it doesn't feel like control. It feels like comfort. You feel safer, more focused, more cooperative. You start to like the space. That attachment makes you more susceptible to guidance from whoever runs it. You associate their presence with stability. The environment becomes the leash. Cults and conditioning programs have used this pattern for decades. Retreats in nature, dimly lit group halls, rhythmic chanting under low light. These aren't spiritual accidents. They induce trance states and unity. The human brain, when stripped of normal sensory balance, begins to synchronize with external rhythm. Add shared emotion and repetition, and individuality blurs. That's sensory design weaponized for collective control. Modern architecture borrows the same logic, but markets it differently. Calm spaces, biophilic design, immersive environments. The language sounds benevolent, and often it is. But the mechanism is identical. Control emotional states through controlled sensory input. Corporate campuses, airports, even digital interfaces follow it. The glow of a notification badge, the hum of an office ventilation system, the curvature of hallways guiding flow. Every detail influences movement and mood. In high security or military facilities, sensory architecture becomes even more precise. Color palettes are restricted. Materials are chosen for acoustic dampening to prevent overheard conversations. Lighting cycles are tuned to disrupt circadian rhythms or enforce them. Even furniture placement matters. Chairs bolted down to limit autonomy, or slightly angled to maintain eye contact without comfort. These micro-designs seem trivial until you realize they shape behavior day after day. Digital environments now simulate these same tactics. Social media platforms are sensory spaces too. Visual, auditory, haptic. Color contrasts and scroll dynamics create feedback loops identical to physical conditioning. Red for alertness, blue for trust, infinite scroll for disorientation of time. You are inside a designed environment, one that measures every hesitation and uses it to perfect its control of attention. The psychological core of sensory architecture is entrainment. Your nervous system unconsciously aligns to external rhythms. Heart rate to sound, breathing to light flicker, mood to temperature tone. Once entrained, suggestion becomes seamless. A change in tone or brightness can cue compliance faster than a command. The manipulator doesn't need to argue. They can simply adjust the atmosphere. Here's what makes it dangerous. The brain doesn't label these cues as manipulation. It experiences them as self-generated feeling. You think, I feel calm here. Not, this space was engineered to calm me. That's why sensory control is so powerful. It hides inside your own perception. You can't fight what feels natural. Escaping it begins with awareness. Start noticing the physical details of influence. Light intensity, sound texture, air temperature, spacing. Ask why you feel different in certain places. Awareness pulls the unconscious into view. And once it's visible, it loses its invisibility cloak. You can step outside the mood the space wants you to have. Controlled environments are not inherently evil. They can heal, educate, inspire. But when control replaces consent, when emotion replaces autonomy, the architecture becomes a silent hypnotist, and the walls stop being walls. They become language. The most dangerous prisons never need bars. They just need the perfect room temperature, the perfect light, and a story that tells you it's for your comfort. Rituals and indoctrination programming. Rituals are everywhere. From the anthem before a game to the hand over the heart. to the morning routine you repeat without thinking. Every pattern that tells you who you are and how to act is a ritual. But in systems of control, ritual becomes something more deliberate. It stops being culture and turns into programming. The repetition, the symbols, the shared emotion, all of it reshapes identity until obedience feels like belonging. That is the secret behind indoctrination. Teach people to feel their way into belief, not think their way there. Humans are ritualistic by nature. The brain loves predictability. It craves rhythm and pattern. When something happens the same way over and over, it starts bypassing conscious thought. That is how habits form. Rituals take that mechanism and layer emotion on top. Repetition plus meaning equals identity. In religion, in the military, in politics, in fandoms, the formula never changes. Create repetition, attach emotion, and reward conformity. The rest happens automatically. Every indoctrination system begins with a shared experience. It might be a chant, a salute, a group meal, or a pledge. The specific form doesn't matter. The structure does. First, it unifies everyone physically, synchronizing movement and sound. When people move in sync, their heartbeats align, their breathing matches. Neuroscience calls this entrainment. Once bodies synchronize, minds follow. The boundary between me and we softens. The individual dissolves into the collective rhythm. It feels euphoric, comforting, purposeful, safe. That emotional high becomes addictive, and the ritual becomes the fix. Next comes repetition. The same words, the same actions, over and over. Repetition is not about memory. It is about submission. It trains the nervous system to associate obedience with relief. Every completed ritual brings a small dopamine hit, a chemical signal that says, you did right. You belong. Miss the ritual and discomfort follows. Anxiety, guilt, alienation. That's how identity conditioning cements itself. Belonging becomes chemical, not logical. Symbols enter next. A flag, a uniform, a phrase. Symbols are emotional shortcuts. They compress complex ideas into simple images that bypass reasoning. When you see the symbol, you feel the belief before you can question it. Systems of indoctrination flood environments with these anchors. Walls, banners, songs, emblems, until the mind starts interpreting the symbol as safety itself. Attack the symbol, and the person feels attacked. That is how you turn ideology into reflex. Rituals also manipulate time. Initiation ceremonies, graduations, promotions, all built to mark transformation. When someone crosses that threshold, they are not the same person who entered. The ritual declares it so, and the group reinforces it. This triggers what psychologists call identity foreclosure, the premature locking of self around a single group or cause. Once locked, alternate identities feel like betrayal. The indoctrinated individual will defend the system even when it harms them, because leaving feels like erasing themselves. In military and cult conditioning, the sequence is highly structured. It begins with disorientation, stripping away old habits, clothing language. Then, controlled ritual fills the void. Uniforms replace individuality, chants replace conversation, schedules replace free will. Repetition and synchronization flood the senses until the brain equates obedience with peace. After weeks of this, the rituals no longer need to be enforced. The participants enforce them on themselves and on each other. The group becomes self-regulating, the perfect psychological machine. Emotion is the glue. Fear, pride, shame, unity. Each emotion has its role. Fear keeps members compliant. Pride gives them purpose. Shame polices deviation. Unity binds the whole thing together. Rituals are designed to cycle these emotions in predictable order, like a psychological metronome. Even small details matter: rhythm of speech, color of clothing, physical touch. Each sensory cue layers conditioning deeper, until questioning the ritual feels like moral failure. Outside the obvious examples, this programming operates quietly in everyday life. Corporations build rituals into culture: morning stand-ups, team chants, branded slogans. Schools use bells, uniforms, pledges. Sports and entertainment rely on chants and symbols that generate emotional loyalty. None of this is inherently evil, it's structure. But when structure replaces autonomy, when repetition replaces reason, it becomes indoctrination. Digital spaces have adopted the same tactics. Logging in, checking notifications, liking posts, these are micro-rituals. Every gesture reinforces belonging to a digital tribe. You are rewarded with attention when you comply, punished with invisibility when you don't. The icons, sounds, and phrases form a new symbolic language. We call it engagement, but it's ritualized identity programming at scale. The mechanism works because the brain cannot tell the difference between genuine emotion and conditioned emotion. If the sensory input is strong enough, rituals hack that vulnerability. They build emotional muscle memory. The body learns to feel belief before the mind decides it. That is why indoctrinated individuals often describe their conviction as something they just know. It's not knowledge. It's conditioning wrapped in meaning. Breaking free from ritual programming is brutally hard because it requires emotional withdrawal. Logic alone doesn't undo it. You can't reason someone out of a feeling they never reasoned themselves into. Deprogramming starts with disrupting the rhythm. Changing patterns, questioning symbols, refusing synchronized behavior. That's why systems of control isolate defectors. They fear disruption more than dissent. The irony is that rituals themselves are neutral. They can heal or they can imprison. Meditation, prayer, sports, creative practice, all use ritual to focus the mind. The difference is consent and transparency. If you know why you're repeating something, and you can stop when you choose, it's ritual. If you repeat it because stopping feels like death, it's indoctrination. Ritual is the oldest technology of influence. Long before propaganda, before algorithms, before television, humans gathered in circles, chanted words, and believed together. The modern world just gave the circle a microphone and a brand. The real danger isn't the ritual itself. It's forgetting that you're inside one. Because once the rhythm owns you, you stop dancing for meaning and start moving for approval. And that's when programming stops needing force. It just needs repetition. Constructed reality and perception engineering. Reality is not what you see. It's what you agree to see. And that agreement, that fragile, collective sense of what's real, can be written, edited, and replaced. Constructed reality is not science fiction. It's the art of shaping perception until illusion feels like truth. Governments, media networks, corporations, and even social movements do it constantly. They don't need to erase facts. They just need to rearrange attention. The mind doesn't experience the world directly. It experiences filtered data. Your senses send billions of signals per second, and your brain discards almost all of them, keeping only what seems relevant. But who decides what's relevant? Context, emotion, and story. Whoever controls those controls what your mind keeps and what it throws away. That's perception engineering in its purest form. Control the filter, not the fact. It starts small, a headline that leads your attention one way, a camera angle that centers one person and cuts out another, a story told just slightly out of sequence. Each element bends emotional framing. The brain fills in the gaps, assumes the missing context, and builds a complete picture that feels organic. But it's synthetic, a guided hallucination disguised as reality. The trick works because perception is lazy. The brain runs on shortcuts called heuristics, mental rules that help us navigate complexity. For example, the availability heuristic makes you believe something is common if you see it often. Flood someone's feed with examples of a rare event, and it feels normal. That's how perception is built. Frequency equals truth. Perception engineering takes that bias and scales it. It doesn't have to lie outright. It just has to overexpose certain realities and underexpose others. Flood the senses with repetition, and people mistake familiarity for accuracy. That's the illusory truth effect. The more we hear something, the truer it feels. Every algorithm, every feed, every media narrative uses it, intentionally or not. But the deeper layer is emotional anchoring. When a message makes you feel something, fear, pride, outrage, hope, it locks into memory differently. Emotion amplifies salience. Once you associate a feeling with an idea, the idea becomes self-protecting. Attack it, and the person feels attacked. That's how engineered perception becomes belief. The architecture of persuasion is built not from logic, but from emotion arranged in sequence. Controlled environments make this easier. A television studio, a curated news cycle, a filtered social feed. All of these are sensory bubbles. They isolate you from contradicting data, then feed a coherent narrative that feels complete. Once coherence is achieved, skepticism drops. The brain equates consistency with truth. Psychologists call this cognitive ease. When something is easy to process, it feels true, even if it's false. That's why propaganda doesn't need to sound smart. It just needs to sound smooth. Reality construction thrives on contrast. It gives you villains and heroes, chaos and order, us and them. Binary framing simplifies emotion and flattens nuance. When the world feels overwhelming, simple binaries feel comforting. You don't want to analyze. You want to believe. That's when engineering turns into programming. History shows this clearly. During wartime, images of the enemy are exaggerated into caricature. Media coverage narrows to fit the chosen storyline. Every channel repeats the same tone, and soon the population shares not just an opinion, but an emotional frequency. Once that shared perception solidifies, rational debate becomes impossible. The group no longer sees through their own eyes. They see through the constructed lens handed to them. But this isn't just about politics or propaganda. It happens in personal life too. Social media lets everyone become their own perception engineer. Filters, captions, edits. Each post curates an identity. People begin to live in the version of themselves they project, editing real experience to match digital narrative. The boundary between authenticity and performance dissolves. You're not just seeing a constructed reality. You're participating in it. Technology amplifies the illusion. Deepfakes, synthetic voices, AI-generated imagery, all blur sensory trust. When the visual field itself becomes unreliable, the brain leans harder on consensus for truth. If enough people agree something is real, it feels real, even when it's not. That's collective hallucination, and it's already here. The psychological core of perception engineering is selective salience, deciding what stands out. The rest fades. Imagine walking through a crowded city while someone shines a flashlight only on certain faces. You'd think those were the only people there. That's how media and information ecosystems operate. They decide where to shine the light, and your brain obliges by building a story from what's illuminated. Constructed reality also uses contradiction strategically. Give people just enough conflicting information to overload them, and they'll retreat to emotional certainty. Confusion breeds dependence. When you don't know what's true, you latch onto the narrative that feels safest or most familiar. This is called narrative collapse, and it's a prime tool of control. People stop seeking truth and start seeking stability. Whoever offers emotional clarity becomes the authority. The scary part is how good it feels. Constructed realities are comforting because they simplify chaos. They give meaning, purpose, villains, and structure. The illusion of control soothes the brain. Even when the narrative hurts us, we cling to it, because the alternative, uncertainty, feels worse. That's why people defend false realities with passion. They're defending the comfort of coherence. So how do you break out of perception engineering? You start by questioning the emotional charge. When a message provokes a strong feeling, pause. Ask, what is this trying to make me feel? And why? Then seek friction. Real truth is rarely smooth. It has edges, contradictions, discomfort. Anything too clean, too unified, too unanimous. That's a sign of curation. Reality construction relies on blindness to its own design. The moment you see the scaffolding, the angles, the edits, the rhythm, the illusion weakens. Because reality isn't handed to you, it's built through attention. Whoever commands your attention builds your world. Constructed reality is not a single event, it's a continuous architecture. It rearranges perception, edits emotion, and scripts belief until people live inside narratives they never chose. But the human mind has one defense left: awareness. The act of noticing breaks the spell. When you remember that perception is a lens, not the landscape itself, you stop mistaking the reflection for the truth, and that's when control fails. Not because the illusion disappears, but because you start seeing the edges. Drug-assisted behavioral experiments. Imagine being told the pill you're taking will help you focus, calm down, or open your mind. But behind the scenes, the real experiment isn't about your health at all. It's about your behavior. Drug-assisted behavioral experiments are the intersection of chemistry and control, where substances are used not just to alter mood, but to reshape obedience, trust, and identity. It's one of the most controversial areas in psychological and military history, because it blurs the line between treatment and manipulation. It all starts with one seductive idea. If thoughts and emotions are chemical, then behavior can be chemically tuned. And once you accept that, control stops being about persuasion and starts being about dosage. During the 20th century, this idea fueled a quiet arms race. Governments, military units, and private labs searching for ways to influence the human mind faster, deeper, and without resistance. One of the earliest goals was compliance. Researchers noticed that certain drugs, especially sedatives, hallucinogens, and stimulants, didn't just affect mood, they affected suggestibility. Under the right conditions, a person's defenses could weaken. They'd talk more, trust more, question less. That combination fascinated intelligence agencies. If you could chemically nudge someone into cooperation, you wouldn't need threats. You'd just need the right chemical key to unlock obedience. Hallucinogens like LSD were tested for their potential to open the mind. But the truth is they opened something else entirely. The barrier between internal and external reality. When a subject couldn't tell the difference between imagination and environment, their thoughts could be directed by suggestion. Pair that state with sensory control, specific lighting, voices, sounds, and you could guide their experience like writing on water. The person believed what they saw and felt, even if it was engineered. Stimulants were a different weapon. They amplified focus and energy, creating bursts of confidence and obedience, but also paranoia and dependency. Soldiers and test subjects given high doses often became hyper, focused on orders, driven by adrenaline and reward circuits instead of reason. Then came the crash, exhaustion, guilt, vulnerability, the perfect window for conditioning new ideas. The drug became the lever that shifted the psyche from one extreme to another. Sedatives played the opposite role. They didn't enhance trust. They erased resistance. Under deep sedation or chemical calm, suggestion sinks into the subconscious without confrontation. The voice of authority becomes the only steady sound in the haze. Later, when the subject awakens, the implanted idea feels self-generated. That's how subtle control works, not by commanding thought, but by making the new belief feel like your own. What made these experiments disturbing wasn't just the chemistry. It was the pairing of drugs with behavioral engineering. The substances alone might distort consciousness, but combined with controlled environments, repetition, and authority cues, they became tools for rewriting the human operating system. Researchers learned they could intensify fear, loyalty, or submission simply by sequencing doses with emotional triggers. You reward the subject under one state, punish them under another, and the mind stitches the pattern together as new truth. In one documented case, subjects were given alternating drugs that induced euphoria and dread, then exposed to specific images or statements during each phase. Over time, their nervous systems linked pleasure with certain symbols and fear with others. The result was emotional reprogramming, the kind you couldn't reverse with reason, because it lived below it. Here's the twisted irony: many of the same discoveries that came out of these experiments now live quietly inside everyday life. Pharmaceutical marketing frames behavior modification as therapy. Performance enhancers, focus aids, and mood stabilizers are sold as tools for productivity, not control. But the psychological principle remains identical. Chemical adjustment for behavioral outcome. When society normalizes it, experimentation doesn't need a lab. It becomes culture. The brain on certain drugs is more open to new associations. That can be healing. Used ethically, it's the basis of trauma therapy, helping people rewrite pain pathways. But the same openness can be exploited. When emotion and identity are chemically fluid, suggestion lands deeper. Beliefs formed in altered states can become permanent anchors, even if the person later rejects the logic behind them. That's why indoctrination under chemical influence is so effective. You can't argue with what your nervous system already encoded as truth. What's even more unsettling is how easily trust is manipulated during these states. People under chemical influence often develop what's called transference, an intense emotional bond with whoever guides them through the experience. That bond makes them pliable. It's not hypnosis. It's chemistry-assisted attachment. The subject feels safe, grateful, even loyal to their manipulator. That dynamic can outlast the experiment itself. Modern versions of drug-assisted behavioral studies have shifted into more sanitized language. Terms like psychedelic-assisted therapy or neuromodulation research. The ethical boundaries are tighter now, but the temptation remains the same. Find the molecule that unlocks the mind's defenses, and you gain access to the architecture of human will. The goal may sound therapeutic, but the mechanism is indistinguishable from the experiments of the past. The real power of these programs was never the drug alone. It was the choreography, timing, tone, suggestion, repetition, and environmental control. The chemical simply opened the door. What walked through it was narrative. When a mind is chemically softened, the story you tell it becomes reality. And once the chemical fades, the story remains. Think about that. A pill changes your brain chemistry for a few hours, but an idea introduced during that window can shape your choices for years. That's not mind control in the cinematic sense. It's subtle reprogramming disguised as revelation. The ethical horror of drug-assisted behavioral experiments isn't just what they did to their subjects. It's what they revealed about human malleability. That consciousness, identity, even morality can be nudged with the right combination of chemistry and story. The mind we trust as oars can be edited without our consent. If the right hands hold the tools, the defense isn't paranoia, it's awareness. If you understand that every altered state, natural or chemical, opens the gates of influence, you start protecting what enters. Because the moment you outsource your perception to a pill, a protocol, or a program, you hand over authorship of your inner world. And once someone else starts writing your reality, it's hard to know where your thoughts end and their experiment begins. Authority and obedience culture in training. Authority doesn't always shout. Sometimes it just stands still and lets silence do the work. In training environments, military, corporate, academic, even spiritual, authority and obedience are engineered cultures, not accidents. They are designed systems that turn hesitation into reflex, individuality into unity, and questioning into friction. The method is psychological, not mystical. And the most unsettling part is that it feels right when it's working. Obedience culture begins with architecture, physical and social. From the moment you enter a training space, everything signals hierarchy. The lines on the floor, the uniforms, the posture of instructors. You learn the rhythm of waiting for permission, of reacting instead of initiating. The structure trains your nervous system before any command is spoken. Even the silence between orders becomes instruction. Your brain adapts faster than you realize because it craves pattern and clarity. In chaos, hierarchy feels safe. The first lesson in obedience training isn't about loyalty. It's about uncertainty. Strip away predictability, and the mind starts searching for direction. Instructors do this deliberately. Sudden rule changes, random inspections, contradictory feedback. It creates what psychologists call cognitive dependency. You stop trying to predict outcomes and start waiting for cues. That moment, when you stop anticipating and start responding, is the birth of obedience. Once that foundation is set, authority moves from external to internal. You begin policing yourself. You correct your own posture, monitor your tone, rehearse your words. The authority figure doesn't need to hover anymore. They've been installed inside your head. That's the real victory of obedience culture. When control becomes self-sustaining. The process is reinforced through ritualized hierarchy. Every level of rank has its gestures, vocabulary, and privilege. You don't just obey orders, you perform them as identity. The salute, the title, the chain of command, they all encode deference into muscle memory. Over time, you stop seeing authority as a person and start feeling it as natural law. The uniform becomes sacred not because of fabric, but because it carries the weight of order. Authority is most effective when it feels invisible. Good leaders in these systems don't need to demand. They embody calm certainty. That presence triggers what's called authority bias, the tendency to trust those who project confidence and structure. The psychology runs deep. In Milgram's famous obedience studies, participants were willing to inflict harm on strangers simply because an authoritative figure calmly told them to continue. They weren't sadistic, they were conditioned to transfer responsibility upward. Once obedience is normalized, morality becomes optional. In training culture, this dynamic is disguised as discipline. You're told obedience builds teamwork, efficiency, and respect, and that's partly true. But beneath it lies a behavioral equation: compliance equals belonging, resistance equals exile. Every drill, every ceremony, every inspection reinforces that math. The fear of exclusion does the rest. Humans would rather endure discomfort than risk isolation. That's why obedience works. It trades autonomy for acceptance. Punishment and reward form the second layer of conditioning. Obedience earns praise, rest, maybe even pride. Disobedience earns exhaustion, public correction, or shame. This constant alternation between approval and discomfort wires the brain's reward circuits. Over time, you begin to feel good when you please authority and wrong when you think independently. The system doesn't have to punish anymore, you do it yourself. Authority culture also rewrites language. Notice how trainees stop using I and start saying wa. Personal pronouns dissolve. Individuality becomes collective. Even tone changes: short, clipped, certain. The emotional range narrows until everything sounds the same. This linguistic flattening is a control tool. When everyone speaks in the same rhythm, emotional contagion becomes easier. Command spreads faster. Doubt spreads slower. But the real power of authority culture is emotional transference. Over time, authority stops being a person or structure. It becomes a feeling, a fatherly voice, a calm presence, an unshakable certainty that replaces your own. People will follow that feeling anywhere because it provides relief from chaos. The paradox is that obedience culture often feels liberating. You don't have to decide, you just have to execute. The burden of choice disappears. That's the quiet addiction behind control systems. They remove uncertainty and replace it with ritual. In military settings, this conditioning is essential for survival. Split-second obedience can save lives. But the same mechanism can be abused outside the battlefield, in organizations, institutions, or ideologies that feed on conformity. When obedience becomes virtue and questioning becomes threat, culture turns into containment. The individual becomes a cog that believes it's the machine. This conditioning doesn't always fade when training ends. The hierarchy installs itself in relationships, workplaces, even self-talk. People start seeking new authorities, bosses, mentors, influencers, to fill the void left by command structures. That's the long tail of obedience culture. Once the pattern of surrender feels safe, autonomy starts to feel dangerous. There's also a biological layer. Obeying authority under stress releases dopamine and oxytocin, the same chemicals tied to trust and bonding. That's why soldiers often describe deep affection for their commanding officers or teams. It's chemistry reinforcing hierarchy. When obedience feels like love, defiance feels like betrayal. So how do you break free from it without losing the discipline it builds? You start by separating structure from submission. Discipline is self-control, obedience is control surrendered. One builds strength, the other builds dependency. The challenge is keeping the order while reclaiming authorship. That means questioning the rules without rejecting the purpose behind them. It's not rebellion, it's awareness. Authority culture thrives on unconscious repetition. The antidote is conscious reflection. Ask yourself, am I obeying because it's right or because it's comfortable? Does the command align with principle or just hierarchy? Those questions reactivate the part of the brain that obedience tries to quiet. The frontal cortex, the seat of moral reasoning. That's where real authority belongs, not in another person, but within your own awareness. Obedience culture isn't evil by design, it's efficient by necessity. But efficiency has a cost: individuality, creativity, moral agency. Systems that rely too heavily on obedience end up breeding compliance at the expense of conscience. The goal should never be blind loyalty, but conscious cooperation. When you know the mechanism, you can choose when to follow and when to refuse. Because in the end, authority is only as powerful as the silence beneath it. The moment you speak, the illusion breaks. The hierarchy loses its magic, and what's left isn't rebellion, it's reality.